Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this meeting of the South Down National Park Authority's Planning Committee. My name is Heather Baker, and I'm the chairman of this committee. If anybody can't hear me at this moment, would you let me know? All clear? Good. Planning Committee is not a public meeting. It's a meeting held in public. The purpose of the meeting is for the committee members to listen to the officers' presentations and the public speakers before debating the issues and coming to a decision on the items on today's agenda. I'd like to remind all members of the public present that the SDNPA members have a primary responsibility for ensuring that the authority furthers the national park purposes and duty. Members regard themselves first and foremost as members of the authority, and will act in the best interests of the authority and of the park, rather than as delegates representing the interests of their appointing authorities or any other interest groups. During the meeting, you may see members using their tablets or phones. Please be assured that this is to review background information, such as the local plan, maps or plans of the application under consideration, or other associated planning documents. To minimise disruption, please can I ask you to turn your mobile phones to silent, and can I remind members and officers to speak clearly and directly into the microphone, bringing the microphone forward if necessary. If anybody cannot hear at any time in the meeting, please let me know and we'll do some adjustments. So we'll move straight now on to the agenda. And the first item is apologies for absence. We have apologies from Robert McCutter and Gary Marsh. Declarations of interest. I understand there are maybe some members who have declarations of interest. John?
Public service interest in items 6 and 7, as I'm the parish representative for South Hampshire.
Thank you. Thank you. Joan? Is your microphone on, Joan?
I'll put it on, shall I? Item 10. I'm a district councillor for Horsham District.
Thank you. Jerry Pett is a member of the authority who is speaking on agenda items 6 and 7 and is known to all members. And also to note that Katie Sharp, who is the agent for agenda item 8, and Natalie Fellows, the agent for agenda item 9, are former officers of this authority and therefore will be known to a number of us. So, item 3 is minutes of the previous meeting. Does anybody have any comments about the minutes? In which case, I will take them as read and sign them shortly. Now, do we have some updates to previous committee decisions, Rob?
Yes, we do, Madam Chairman, thank you. The routes allotments application, which came to us in March, that was refused on the 18th of March 2026 in accordance with your resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Urgent items, I don't believe there are any. So, without further ado, we'll move on to agenda item 6, which is the application from Matterley Farm, Ovington. And I will ask Rob Ainsley to remind members of the report content and refer to the update sheet. Rob.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you all hear me okay? Excellent. Thank you. Members, if I can just refer you to the update sheet, you'll see there are a number of updates. I don't intend to go through those. You'll have them in front of you. If there are any questions with regard to that, obviously happy to answer that. I can provide you with a verbal update as well. It's noted that there were 6 additional letters of support which were not covered in the report, which have been more recent. The letters of support mention elements to do with, generally they're things which have already been covered, although there are some that talk about charitable donations made to a local hospice, and they consider that to be an example of the festival having a socio-economic contribution to the well-being of local people, a theatre company who think the festival has contributed to the theatre sector, and a couple of marquee suppliers, one in Petworth, who consider that to be an important part of their yearly operations. Those are obviously on our website. Moving to the application, I don't intend to go through in detail the report. You will have the opportunity to read that. Obviously, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have in due course. So, in terms of what this application is for, the applicant is seeking a temporary approval for 5 years for the festival to be held once a year for 5 years, following the 1-year approval granted in 2025. The attendance numbers proposed are 75,999 with 1,000 additional on Sundays, which are the same as, just go back a slide, which are the same as those that were approved for the 1-year approval. As with the previous application, the use of access points into the festival on the A31, the A272 and Rodfield Lane, the continued retention of structures in the woodland, and members, the reason that this was only given a 1-year approval, you will recall last year, was in the absence of members having the evidence in terms of a detailed biodiversity, landscape, ecological mitigation and management plan, or BLEMP, and I'll use that reference from now on. In the absence of that, members did not feel confident giving anything more than a 1-year approval. This year, with this application, the applicants have provided detailed BLEMP together with provision of biodiversity net gain in response to the concerns raised when issuing the 1-year permission. So, in terms of the main issues are whether the short-term impacts, when balanced against the long-term benefits, further the purposes of the park. The extent of the benefits secured in the BLEMP and the 106 agreement, the major development consideration, which is set out in my report, and I'm not going to go into that in any more detail here, but obviously happy to answer any questions. The amenity impacts, noise and light pollution, the impact on the economy, and traffic considerations. It's also important to put in here the overarching question when we look at the requirement of the LURA Act 2023. I won't go into that detail, but if you look at the elements in black, relevant authorities should seek to avoid harm and contribute to the conservation and enhancement of the natural beauty, special qualities and key characteristics of protected landscapes. So, just a little context. You'll see this is the application site, which is the same as it was for the 1-year permission. The area in orange is the application site, and you'll see that there are islands which fall out of the... I'll just go over to here. Hopefully you can see that. Those areas there, sensitive areas, that's the SSSI round the bowl there. Areas that are considered to be sort of important to, as it were, be closed off from the festival for ecological reasons, amongst other reasons. Next slide, you'll see the SSSI detailed there, which is fenced off during the festival. There is has been stairs that have gone down through there, which are non-incursive and can be considered to be acceptable. And just for your reference, the South Downs Way, ordinarily the South Downs Way goes from Cheesefoot Head through the site, the application site, to where the main farm buildings are there, and then turns in an easterly direction down until it gets to Rodfield Lane. The festival has historically been granted a footpath diversion for some days before the event and until after the event. Just in terms of the parameters plan, this is no different to the parameters plan from last year, which sets out the sort of general areas that there are within the site. You'll see there the different ones for parking, circulation, stages and arenas, event space, camping, back of house, and with the arrows, which are those arrows there indicating the access points. Just some context. Matterley Bowl. This is where the main element of the festival is undertaken, and pretty much a lot of the stages are located in the bowl there. That's another picture. taken from up on the 272. And this is from down within the bowl here, looking back up to where the 272 is, and you'll see there the triple SI, which goes round the bowl. Just some other pictures from within the site. This is dropping down towards the bowl, which is then on the left there. And this is from down within the site as well. This is taken, the South Downs Way is to the immediate right here, which follows all the way down to where it turns right by the farm buildings and goes down towards Rodfield Lane. This has historically had 1 or 2 stages, but also catering in this location. But obviously the nature of the festival is quite fluid and will change from year to year in terms of where various elements go. So members, following the application last year, the BLEMP has a number of elements which are secured if members are minded to approve. The creation of a 4.2 acre meadow adjacent to the South Downs Way, the purchase of off-site credits for BNG, potentially within the estate but outside the red line. I'll come to that in a minute. The addition of 3 new barn owl boxes alongside the retention of the barn owl, bat and bird boxes currently installed as a result of the 1-year permission, some further hedgerow management. Importantly, commitment to annual independent ecological surveys to review wildlife, bat activity, bird surveys, badger, barn owls, butterflies, reptiles, grasslands and protected zones. Management plans including wildlife protection zones, areas fenced off to people, vehicles and activities throughout the build, show and break to protect habitats. And the woodland management plan being extended to 2030. Just a bit more of a visual one. This is just for illustrative purposes to assist you. You'll see the areas in yellow, which are here, here, and down there, are habitats for enhancement. The potential off-site BNG is located here. You'll see the report refers to this and says that there's a possibility that it could be there. That's still ongoing, but obviously in the event that it doesn't materialise, there will be off-site credits purchased elsewhere. And there you'll see the orange areas. These are the out-of-bounds areas for ecological reasons. Importantly, the on-site BNG, the meadow, is located down here alongside the South Downs Way as it comes down towards Rodfield Lane. There are other, obviously, things on the plan, but I'm not going to go into detail on those with regard to the barn owl, bird and bat plots, boxes, skylark plots. So, in terms of an overview, there are short-term adverse impacts. I think this is recognised in terms of during the build and the event and the takedown, in terms of the landscape and ecology of the site, noise pollution and light pollution with regard to dark night skies. This is obviously accepted to be the case, but it's looking at the short-term benefits as well, the benefits to the economy, but we appreciate the extent to which this is difficult to quantify. However, I think it's important to note that when you've got 76,000 people converging on a site for a festival, there will be benefits to the economy in terms of use of local shops, amongst other things. I could go into further detail on that, but it is considered that there is clearly a benefit to the economy. And the second one, meeting purpose 2, increasing the enjoyment and understanding of the national park. And an overview of the long-term benefits, and this is always part of the balance, members, is appreciating that there are short-term impacts, but whether the elements that are secured as part of this application actually result in conserving and enhancing the park. We have a sizable biodiversity net gain secured on this state with a 30-year plan. Biodiversity and landscape mitigation, enhancement and management measures for the life of the permission. The continued retention of benefits secured under previous temporary approval. This includes the permissive footpath which goes from Cheesefoot Head car park down to the South Downs Way, and the cycle and water station, which are along the South Downs Way down towards where the farm buildings are. I'll take you back to the overarching question and whether the proposals actually contribute to the conservation and enhancement of the natural beauty, special qualities and key characteristics. It is the officer's view that the securing of a BLEMP with appropriate enhancements and actions will contribute to the conservation and enhancement of the natural beauty, special qualities and key characteristics of this protected landscape. And the recommendation is as on the report, members. Happy to answer any questions, and that finishes my presentation.
Thank you, Rob. That was all very clear. So we'll move now to our public speakers. And the first one is Alison Matthews representing herself.
Is that, can everybody hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Right, my name is Alison Matthews and I live in Avington, which is 2 miles from the site of Boomtown. And I'd like to try and give you an idea of what the 4 days of the festival are like for local people. From Wednesday through to Sunday, we hear the bass beat almost constantly in our house and garden. So this, by Sunday night, we're exhausted from lack of sleep, as you have been permitting amplified music noise to continue until 4 a.m. on 2 or 3 mornings. As a result of the closure of the gaps on the A31, we have much more traffic than usual coming through the village, so we can forget the concept of relative tranquility. At page 13 of the committee report, the executive summary includes the impact on tranquility and light pollution as main issues for consideration. The proposals do not comply with the relevant policies in the adopted local plan SD7 and SD8. Others badly affected are the walkers on the South Downs Way, or the people who would like to walk the South Downs Way in the peak summer period, and also the regular users, of which there are quite a few, of the Cheesefoot Head car park, which gives parking for users of local footpaths. Given that we live in an international dark skies reserve, I find it difficult to equate this with the amount of lighting permitted, especially what I refer to as strobe lighting, but in our house is more like powerful searchlights, which also affect drivers on local roads who are not expecting a searchlight and have a shock. As a former member of the National Park Partnership, I find it particularly disappointing to see the Park Authority failing its residents by ignoring its first purpose and by doing nothing to encourage Boomtown to find an alternative venue outside the protected landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Langford, who is also representing himself.
Can I? Thank you. Good morning. The officer's report to you admits that this is a major development which would generally be refused, but argues that there are exceptional circumstances. This is very subjective, and I disagree. We're now the most nature-depleted country in the world. National parks should be havens for nature, not environmentally damaged by events such as large-scale music festivals. And some examples. You require the grass to be kept short to deter ground nesting birds. If they did nest, the festival would destroy them. Either way, the festival makes a desert. Young farmland bird chicks need protein when they're born. They cannot get this from vegetable matter, and they need insects, and this requires a pyramid of nature. Birds are the nature's canaries. The proposal for an island, 4.3-acre meadow and a 1,450-acre site in the middle of 77,000 people is noddy. It needs bug lines, connectivity across the countryside. You've read in the press recently of the damage that night light pollution does to wildlife. Remember, the security lights are on for much of the 9 weeks, 17% of the year, not just the 5 festival days. This is damaging and makes a nonsense of a dark sky zone. What you probably missed is the recent COBRA report. Yes, that's the Joint Intelligence Committee, not some hairy environmental group. Ecosystem collapse is now a reality, not hypothetical, and presents a threat to UK security. It's all getting very serious. Do not disregard the science. And as for exporting BNG, I could go on. The metrics may add up, but the practicality doesn't. So in summary, Madam Chairman, I would like the committee to debate, and you may wish to write this down. Is the National Park the right place for this development, bearing in mind the Levelling Up Act, which says you must follow the statutory purposes, as you've just been told, and your own partnership management plan? I can't see anywhere in the 78 pages a place for a development such as a large-scale music festival. Why adopt a plan and then immediately breach it? Do not put it up to your Nelson's eye. So you're being advised to hold your noses and mask the smell coming from a bad planning policy with the perfume of green measures. Is this really the right thing to do in a national park? So please follow your duty and protect nature in a national park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our third speaker is Councillor David Payne, who is representing Cheriton Parish Council.
Good morning, members. My interpretation of the committee report is that the conclusion was determined first, and then the authors went to the start and tried unsuccessfully to justify the predetermined conclusion. Along the way, they had to circumvent or ignore several material planning considerations. Among these were paragraph 190 of the NPPF and core local plan policy SD3. Both state clearly that planning permission for major developments will be refused in a national park, except in exceptional circumstances and where it can be demonstrated they are in the public interest. There is a 3-stage assessment which should be undertaken, including considering other venues outside the park, but this has not been done. If Boomtown could take place only on Matterley Farm and nowhere else in the UK, then exceptional circumstances would apply. But this isn't so, and it could take place in countless other places. My parish council suggested 2 alternatives, which have been ignored. Perhaps you should ask why. The overriding public interest is that Purpose 1 takes precedence over Purpose 2. The report is incomprehensible about major development. Several other local plan policies are not complied with. SD6, safeguarding views, is not even listed as being relevant in paragraph 610 and is virtually ignored. Yet one of 2 iconic views in Hampshire on the authority's website, that of Matterley Bowl, is completely destroyed for at least 9 weeks in the height of summer. It's so awful that the case officer never shows you photos of the bowl taken during those 9 weeks. SD7 and SD8 were referenced just now by Mrs. Matthews. My parish council pointed out that these proposals do not comply with 2 objectives and 2 planning principles in your new partnership management plan, but this fact has been ignored in the report. National planning policy guidance states it should be rare to grant a second temporary permission. You have already granted 3 consecutive temporary permissions, contrary to government policy. The most recent was not a trial run, nor are there changed circumstances from 2025, so yet another temporary permission simply cannot be granted. I ended with a plea. Please do not agree to the officer's recommendation, but make your own decision to refuse. You know you can do this, provided you give cogent reasons, and there are plenty of those, as we have explained. We are relying on you to prioritise the first statutory purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have 3 speakers in support of the application. The first one is Shula Rael, who is the applicant.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you. My name is Shula Rael and I am a director at Boomtown and the applicant here before you. I know this committee must take the purposes of the National Park very seriously.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you very clearly. Could you just move a little bit closer?
Is that helpful?
That's better,
Yep.
thank you.
I know you must take the purposes of the National Park very seriously. So do we. On conserving and enhancing the landscape and wildlife, the blend before you was developed with ecological data collected since 2023, with components public since January 2025. Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trusts have undertaken an impartial review and concluded that the proposed measures, which Nina will talk to, are appropriate and acceptable. A community member asked us for this independent scrutiny. We commissioned it. The conclusion was that it supports the application. In 2024, we donated £48,000 to the South Downs National Park Trust and planted 16,000 trees within the park, 400 of which were disease-resistant English elms. This land is in better ecological condition as a result of our festival, and a 5-year permission allows us to make 30-year biodiversity commitments. On promoting the understanding and enjoyment of the park, in 2025, over 76,000 people came to the South Downs because of Boomtown. For many for the first time, many have said they will visit again. They lived in the landscape for 5 days. We recycle 98% of waste compared to the average of 40 or 50 in communities. We send nothing to landfill. We launched the UK's first hydrogen-powered stage. Festival-goer urine was converted into fertiliser and now growing 4,500 native trees in the Brecon Beacons. Despite an increase in capacity, our waste tonnage fell. This application has received 62 letters of support from people and organisations who live and work in communities around us. It has received 18 letters of objections. We take both seriously. The festival supports employment and economic activity in the local area during its operational period through accommodation, transport, local suppliers and services. It supports the diversification of the Matley estate as a working farm. These are matters the officer has addressed in the report and we agree with that assessment. To close, I'm not saying that we don't have an impact. What I am saying is that the people behind the festival understand the purposes of this park. We take them seriously and we deliver against them. We're asking for a 5-year permission because it makes all of our commitments deliverable and deepens our investment in local communities around the event. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nina Lloyd, who is the agent.
Thank you. Before I start, is it possible to have the enhancement plan up on screen? Perfect. Thank you. Chair, members of committee, thank you for your time. My name is Nina Lloyd, and I appear as the agent for this planning application on behalf of the applicants. I would like to highlight a few points which should be considered today.
I fear that a lot of people can't hear you. I think move the microphone nearer.
Is that better?
Just move the whole console
thing.
nearer to you. That may be better. Let's try that.
Is that better?
Yes, is that better, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, I think
Shall I start from the beginning or where I stopped?
How much have you done? Where are we with time? I think you'll have to restart it, actually, because I think most people just couldn't hear. Okay, let's start again. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for your time. My name is Nina Lloyd, and I appear as the agent for this planning application on behalf of the applicants. I would like to highlight a few points which should be considered in the planning balance today. This is a Section 73 application which seeks to vary conditions 1 and 2 on a permission you have already granted. It seeks to extend the permission by 5 years. There are no changes to the capacity, to the red line boundary, or the parameter plan. We have, since the granting of the previous permission, worked closely with officers, consultees and the community alike to ensure that the BLEMP gives significant confidence to all. This includes an impartial review from Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust on the planning application, who concluded that our dataset and proposal is appropriate. In addition, conservation, landscape, drainage, ecology and environmental health officers, alongside National Highways, the Highways Authority, the Environment Agency and Natural England all raised no objections to this application. Enhancements, as Rob highlighted on the plan above you today, include the following, which will be secured by legal agreements and planning conditions. The woodland areas, as noted on the plan, equate to 18.5 acres. This is not insignificant. These will be improved from poor to good condition over the next 6 years. The wildflower meadow is 4.2 acres. This equates to over 2 full-sized football pitches for context and is adjacent to the South Downs Way. The measurements of this is 36 metres in width and 490 metres in length. Again, not an insignificant benefit. The 3 barn owl boxes, increasing the total to 26 of bat, bird and barn owl boxes on the Matley estate. There is an enhancement of over 1 mile of hedgerow on site. There is the creation of 42 skylark plots on the Matley estate, and there will be purchase of at least 88.25 habitat areas for off-site B&G within the South Downs National Park. Should planning permission be resolved today by the committee, there is no doubt that at least 10% B&G will be achieved and delivered in South Downs National Park. I wholly support the officer's recommendation to approve this 5-year permission. In my assessment, the proposals both conserve and enhance natural beauty, wildlife and cultural heritage of the park. Thank you.
Thank you. So our third speaker is Councillor Craig Manuel, who is speaking in a personal capacity.
Okay, good morning. In 2023, I attended a meeting of all parish council chairs from within Winchester District where Boomtown Festival was discussed. Many councillors expressed strong views about the event. However, when I asked how many had actually attended Boomtown, the response was almost 100% had not. As a local councillor and new chair, I felt it was important to base my position on first-hand experience rather than assumption or hearsay from others. For that reason, I attended the Boomtown Festival in 2023 and again in 2025 to gain a comprehensive understanding of its economical, social, cultural and environmental impacts, particularly given its location with the South Downs National Park. Economically, the festival delivers clear local benefits. Boomtown generates a wide range of local employment opportunities, including site construction, logistics, catering, security and performers. During my visits, I spoke directly with local residents working on site who rely on the festival for seasonal income. The event also attracts visitors from across the UK and abroad, benefiting businesses in the local areas, particularly on arrival and departure days. Local food traders additionally gain valuable exposure and income by operating within the festival itself. From a South Downs National Park perspective, Boomtown plays a positive role in widening access to the landscape. Many attendees told me they had never previously visited the national park. Following the event, a significant number expressed intentions to return to walk, explore, and spend more time in the area. In this way, Boomtown acts as a gateway, introducing the new audiences to the national park and encouraging ongoing engagement with it. The festival also promotes environmental awareness through talks, workshops, and partnerships that support understanding of sustainability and landscape protection. The social and community benefits are equally strong. Boomtown actively supports local talent, including musicians, artists and performers. During my visits, I met students from Winchester Performing Arts College who spoke enthusiastically about performing at the festival and the opportunities it created from their personal and professional development. It was also heartening to see local charities and campaign groups actively involved. Organisations such as Trinity Winchester and Winchester Net Zero were visibly present. Their participation raised awareness of important local causes and added genuine social value to the event. More broadly, Boomtown brings together people across generations and backgrounds. I spoke with the residents aged 18 and 73 during my visit, both of whom described the same strong sense of connection and community, highlighting the festival's unique ability to bridge generational divides. In conclusion, Boomtown Festival delivers significant economic, social, cultural and educational benefits, while encouraging wider appreciation and responsible enjoyment of the South Downs National Park. For those reasons...
I'm very sorry you've run out of time.
I support.
Thank you very much. We have one additional speaker, who is Councillor Neil Bolton, who is the Upper Meon Valley Ward member of Winchester City Council.
Yeah. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. As one of the local district councillors for Upper Meon Valley, which lies immediately adjacent to the festival site, I wanted to briefly reflect the views I hear from many residents, those who support the festival, those who oppose it, and the many more who simply want to see a balanced and sensible approach taken. I should also say that I live close enough to the site in Bramdean to experience the noise and traffic impacts that are often discussed. Despite that, I am neither fundamentally for nor against the festival in principle. What most residents want is a pragmatic balance between several competing interests. There is recognition that farmers and landowners must diversify and that Boomtown brings cultural activity and economic benefit, how much of which remains local benefit is unclear. But there is also a very strong expectation that those benefits should not come at the expense of the landscape, tranquility, and ecological value to the South Downs National Park, nor at the expense of the quality of life of those who live nearby. This committee therefore has an important responsibility to ensure that balance is properly struck. In recent years, local representatives, including myself, have pushed Boomtown to improve its approach to noise management, traffic management, and environmental monitoring. Improvements have been made, and that should be acknowledged, but those improvements must continue if the festival is to operate responsibly in such a sensitive location. This application seeks permission for several more years of operation, and members should be mindful that this continues a pattern of temporary consents. Temporary permissions are normally used to assess impacts before a longer-term decision is made. It is therefore important that the committee is satisfied that evidence gathered so far is robust enough to justify extending the consent further. One particular area that deserves careful scrutiny is biodiversity net gain. The report acknowledges that the ecological baseline for the site has historically been limited and that monitoring is still developing. Yet the biodiversity net gain proposed relies heavily on off-site measures rather than meaningful habitat enhancement on the site itself. In a national park where protecting and enhancing biodiversity should be central to decision-making, that should give members pause. Off-site credits may meet a technical requirement, but they do little to address and acknowledge pressures of tens of thousands of fragile chalk grassland habitats each year. Members should therefore ask whether the biodiversity net gain proposed is genuinely strengthening the nature within the national park. Finally, I would ask the committee not to overlook the well-being and safety of those attending the festival. Following last year's tragic drug-related fatality, Hampshire Constabulary called a review of the event licence, while discussions with the organisations...
I'm very sorry, but you have run out of time.
Thank you very much.
Very much indeed. Thank you. And our final speaker is an SDNPA member, Jerry Pett.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee, and thank you for allowing me to address you.
I'd just like to draw the committee's attention to the points in the report regarding the economic aspects of Boomtown in the context of our duty to, quotes, foster the social and economic well-being of our local communities, most particularly the economic aspect. As with last year's report, there is scant evidence, as opposed to generalised comments of probability, of the festival's economic benefits in this one. I don't think this needs to be a showstopper, if you'll pardon that phrase, but I do think there's more that could be done by way of condition to ensure that the economic benefits are seen to be real, are seen to be real and maximised for the local community and the festival's disbenefits minimised. As examples, Paris 7.7 states there are clearly economic benefits that accrue in the locality during the holding of such events, but no evidence. At 7.10, there is arguably some economic benefit to Winchester and the surrounding local areas, but again, no evidence. At 7.55 and 7.56, the full extent or otherwise of those benefits is always going to be difficult to quantify, but that it's considered that the economic benefits accrue in some form. Again, no evidence offered. It states that concerns over businesses not being able to operate effectively during the festival have now been alleviated by an updated traffic plan, in effect admitting that the festival does also have a negative effect on local businesses. It's particularly weak to assert that it is clear that there is economic benefit gained by the presence of the festival, albeit that it may not be as great as stated by some. I do, of course, recognise the significant economic contribution that the festival makes to the viability of the Matley estate, and it's a necessary part of its diversification plan. Also, I recognise the contributions that the festival makes to local parishes and indeed the Winchester Hospice. But neither of these come near to mitigating the effect the festival has over those days in August when it sucks the economic oxygen out of Winchester City due to the sheer weight of its presence. I suggest there's more that can be asked of Boomtown, specifically by being seen to engage suppliers from the local community in preference to those who service the national festival circuit. Let the festival demonstrate clearly its commitment to the economic well-being of the park's communities by being required to source its suppliers from within the local area and, where possible, from within the national park. While an active travel assessment would be much welcomed, should we not be bolder in requiring the applicant to actively seek out more imaginative means by which it could be seen to contribute very significantly to foster the social and economic well-being of our communities. Yes, that may be difficult, and for the applicants, certainly not without cost, but it is the NPA's duty to seek to foster economic well-being, and we should not duck that duty. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you. So that concludes our public speakers, members, and the debate is now open to you. Just before that, I'd like to point out to you and introduce Abby Toms, who is sitting on the top table here, who is the Environmental Protection Manager from Winchester City Council, and be very happy to answer any of your questions and comments. John.
Thank you, Chairman. I've just got a question for our officers, really. It relates to the temporary consent that was raised by a couple of our speakers here, the ability for us to be able to do that or not. Now, I understand this. Perhaps you could explain that in a bit more detail. It would be very useful. My second point, very quickly, is can you show us the map which shows the diversion of the South Downs Way, which wasn't clear when you showed it to us in the presentation? So, thank you.
Thank you. Rob.
Probably best to deal with the South Downs Way, but let me just see which is the best one to show you. I mean, technically, it's probably easier to show you on this one. If you see where the Cheesefoot Head is, it sort of follows just inside the 272 there before coming down there and across to the South Downs Way as it was, and then down to Rodfield Lane. So
that's the diversion.
That's the diversion. That's the diversion, and if you go sort of following that route, that's the original. The South Downs Way as it is through the estate and then down to Rodfield Lane. So it just goes to the east.
Okay, so it starts from the Cheesefoot Head car park.
Starts from Cheesefoot Head car park,
okay,
as it were, and follows the 272 before heading down towards the South Downs Way there.
Okay. Thank you.
And the other question was with regard to the with regard to temporary permission. There is the NPPG does mention about there should rarely be occasions for subsequent temporary permissions. However, there is certainly, what we have to consider here is whether things have changed between those various temporary permissions. And the officers consider that we are in a situation here where last year there was a temporary permission for 1 year in the absence of a blemp. And we considered that with this blemp now, we need to sort of let this settle in at these numbers to enable to consider to gather ecological evidence and the monitoring and review that all form part of that blemp, and that it's more than reasonable to have a temporary permission for the 5 years for that. It may well be that members might be in a position when 5 years down the line, if they resolve to approve, that they will have an application from the applicants for permanent permission. But of course, you don't know. You know, we don't know what's going to happen there, but we think it's more than reasonable for this to be a temporary permission.
Thank you. Could you just also clarify the fact that although this blemp is described as a draft blemp, from the point of view of the applicant, it's the final document. It's only draft in the sense that we now have an opportunity to comment upon it.
Yes, that's correct. Your understanding is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to follow up on a couple of the comments made by members of the public who spoke regarding light and light pollution. See, the first comment related to light spill onto local roads. So do we have any evidence that there is an increase in road traffic accidents during the period of the festival to support that assertion that there is a safety issue? And regarding the light spill and the light pollution in the valley itself during festival build, operation and breakdown during that 9 weeks, do we have any conditions relating to avoidance of light spill into the adjacent habitats during that period?
We don't have any record with regard to accidents. We do have Highways response with regard to the application where they have no concerns with regard to the proposals. In terms of light pollution previous to the event and during the event, this is a matter which we've considered over a number of years. It's accepted that there is some impact during prior to the festival and during the festival. The issues of light spill and light pollution are considered in reports, in ecological reports with regard to that. We do require an event management plan, which provides us the details with regard to the lighting, and that's provided on a yearly basis, and we assess that accordingly to see whether there are any impacts as far as that is concerned. And if we consider there is a need to consult with various consultees, specialists, then we do with regard to that. So it is covered.
Come back. Yes, I thought you might.
Yes, thank you for that. So just following up on an associated impact that was mentioned by one of the public speakers regarding general disturbance, not just from lighting, but from the festival presence itself. I do have sympathy with that. Disturbance of wildlife is one of those things that is often not considered with as much of an impact potential as a direct impact, such as a loss of a habitat, but it can make a habitat unusable. So I think there's some merit in raising that point. The thing that it is sort of standing against that slightly for me is the fact that this is a working farm, and I'm right in thinking, I think, that there's no obligation for a working farm to manage for wildlife. That land could be managed in whichever way the landowner chooses, whether that's for wildlife benefit or not. I think that's correct, and Tim is nodding, so I'm comforted by that. I'm also comforted by the assurances and reassurance provided by Hampshire Wildlife Trust regarding their endorsement of the blemp. And one thing that really does bother me about ecological mitigation, it's a particular bugbear. The installation of wildlife sheltering areas, so bird boxes, bat roosts, reptile refugia, when there is no other consideration about habitat management, there is absolutely no point putting in those features if the supporting habitat isn't there to nurture and nourish those creatures that do move in. And allowing this for 5 years, I think, helps me with that, because this does allow some long-term or medium-term strategic planning for wildlife enhancement. and providing those habitats to support the refuges and sheltering places that are provided as part of the BLEMP. But I do agree about the on-site BNG. That would be far preferable to the off-site BNG, notwithstanding that is reasonably local. If there is a way over the 5 years to include habitat management on-site, that would be preferred and something perhaps we can consider as we go forward, should this be permitted. And on the point raised by Jerry Pett, evidence of economic benefit, I completely agree. There are assertions without evidence, and as you know, I'm an evidence guy. So bolstering that over the time period would also be very much welcomed.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. The next one was Daniel. I have a long queue of people.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a couple of questions. First of all, with respect to the capacity, implicitly, I guess, because of the positive recommendation here, it's considered that the increase to 76,000 minus 1 that happened last year was acceptable and didn't cause any problems. But it would be good, I think, to hear explicitly what assessment was made that actually that increase was acceptable and that we're satisfied that that level of increase and that level of capacity is one that we should be happy with. My second point arises from one of the speakers. Is there anything to be said to support the suggestion that was made that the benefits of the meadow that's being created are limited by the fact that it's in isolation and not connected to other, there is an inadequate wildlife connectivity. Is that an issue, or is that not?
Rob.
No, that has been considered, and that wasn't considered to be an issue by our consultee specialists as far as that's concerned. In terms of the numbers last year, the applicants did apply for a 5-year permission. We've reviewed the application and we monitor and review the application and any issues that arise as a result of that. And we had no major concerns with regard to it. The element of requiring another 5 years permission enables us to continue to build that evidence base of acceptability or otherwise in terms of the impacts on ecology and landscape. And that's why we consider that that's acceptable in that respect, to continue that consideration, along with any other impacts.
Abby, would you like to come in there?
Yeah, you asked about capacity. So wearing another hat, our Winchester City Council chairs the Safety Advisory Group for Boomtown as well. So that represents a variety of different agencies, including the Police, Fire Service, National Highways, Hampshire Highways, South Central Ambulance Service, the hospitals, etc. And they had a debrief at the end of last year, and nobody has raised an issue in terms of capacity. I would say the licence represents the same numbers as well, and any of the responsible authorities could call the licence into review if they had concern about capacity.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. Antonia, I think you were next.
Thank you. I think that we've heard quite a lot from the speakers about matters that relate to the licence conditions, which we're not really here to deal with today. I think this is just for I wanted clarification on that. Those are separately set by the licensing authority and not by us.
Yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
And I'd also like to ask more of an overarching question about what the case is for 5 years temporary permission. I mean, we've discussed why temporary permissions are appropriate, and we're able to give those. And we have in the conditions a certain amount about the independent surveys that will be carried out. But there is a risk that that negative impacts will appear in those surveys, and if we have granted this temporary extension for 5 years, we will not necessarily be in a position to act on that evidence that emerges within that 5-year period. So I wanted to ask why it's 5 years that seems to be appropriate after all these negative impacts, if they're discovered within that period. That's quite a long time in which damage to wildlife and the environment could be underway. So what is the case for 5 years as opposed to, let us say, 3 years?
Thank you. And while you're answering that, you might also respond to what we can do if information comes forward that we find concerning.
Yes, there's two things there. Yeah, in terms of the first one, 7.5 of the report, we believe that the need for greater ecological and landscape evidence base is such that only a temporary permission for 5 years could be supported. We believe that gives us the opportunity to get that wealth of information to better understand for future applications or not. So we believe 5 years allows that breadth of evidence to be gathered. It's always difficult, and it also allows the BLEMP to sort of, as it were, take effect, and for us to really be able to assess that. Reading the BLEMP, you'll see that there's a lot about monitoring and review, and that is part of the process as we go through that to review things. It is a fluid document because there's elements of having to review and reflect on results that might come back and to adapt accordingly throughout the process if there are impacts, and whether those impacts can then be avoided by a different approach. So that's all part of the process, but it allows us to work that through as we go along. And so we think 5 years allows us to do that. I don't know whether Tim wants to add in there.
Tim's going to make a further comment.
Thank you, yes. I think we have to remember the proportionality approach here, and we said this last time, that the shorter a temporary permission, the less you can reasonably ask for, because you have to balance the onerousness of that against what you're permitting. And we did look at this quite hard in terms of what are reasonable permissions. And just while I'm speaking, it's worth noting that there are other examples of continued temporary permissions in and around the country. Some relating to festivals, others not. So it's not that out of kilter, although it's relatively unusual, and generally you're advised not to do it if you can. But coming to the 5 years, there's a very substantive BLEMP here. It's taken a lot of effort from a lot of people, and really, if it was a shorter period, you wouldn't be able to get so many, and it's in your judgment as to how positive they are, but so many gains and whether they offset the harm. So that's why the 5-year period is considered appropriate.
Thank you. Paul.
Thank you. We sat here last year and only gave a one-year permission because we hadn't actually seen the BLEMP, and I'm really pleased that so much work has taken place on the BLEMP, and it provides the basis for a rigorous assessment of environmental, biodiversity, ecological impact. But I am struck by Councillor Pett's intervention and agree that the report does read very weakly on the economic benefits. I mean, of course, we can assume there are economic benefits, but we ought really, I think, to be measuring them as part of our assessment of this event that we're permitting, possibly, over the next 5 years. And I wonder if we can work that somehow into the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We'll just park that until we've finished the questions, and then we'll come back to that. Janet, I think you're next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I ask questions and make my comments?
Yes, you can.
All right, okay. Well, the only real question I had, and I have seen it for myself, was were we also happy with the state of the site after the festival? And I have seen it for myself. I've actually seen the site before festivals, during festivals, and after festivals, and they've done a fairly good job. We have to consider, obviously, residents that live around there and the noise, and I wondered what checks there were with regard to noise after the hours that we have told them they can use. Indeed, if there are any noises that come across until, I think one lady said 4 o'clock in the morning. So Chairman, I think this nothing to do basically with planning, but heck, a hell of a lot of people get a hell of a lot of pleasure out of this, and don't we all need a bit of pleasure? Chairman, I'd just like to be assured that the site is always, and I have seen it for myself, and it looked very well returned to its, and I agree the economic side of it is important, obviously, but I don't know how we can judge that particularly. I presume people, you know, a lot of the stuff that comes in, I can only presume, is local, and other comes from farther away. But it's, to me, my concern is the site itself, which all my life I've considered, cool, what a smashing place for a theatre, you know, all those banks around there. Well, that didn't happen, but we've had this for several years now to consider. It is, perhaps unfortunately for some, an absolutely natural safe space, in my opinion, for some sort of activity. And at the moment, until I hear otherwise, I think the 5 years is a perfectly good time to let them carry on. Thank you, Chairman.
Abby, would you like to make a comment about the noise?
Thank you. So noise is obviously a balance as well, and I know that Rob's made mention of that earlier. Our key concerns are always around base levels, actually. Particularly because they can travel over long distances, got long wavelengths. So our teams are actually, we have a porter cabin on site, a Winchester City Council porter cabin on site, and we have teams of officers who are out and about every night, including till 4 o'clock in the morning, all through the weekend, in accordance with the hours that music can be played. They are hot on the foot of Boomtown's acoustic consultants, who are also monitoring at the monitoring locations that we go to. If we discover exceedances in the noise levels that are prescribed in both the planning permission and the licence conditions, then we issue Boomtown with the noise notice, and they are required to bring it back in line very quickly, which they do. And in fact, they have monitoring sound level meters at all of the main stages, with feedback to a computer system in their office, so they can see whether or not those main stages are complying with what they've been told to do. So there is a process in place to deal with that. When people complain to us, we offer them a visit to their property, whether it be 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the evening, if we have time. But our priority is to deal with those monitoring locations, because those are the ones that are compliant with the licence and planning conditions.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to say thank you to the public speakers for attending and speaking. I had one point that a resident raised in regards to Cheesefoot Head car park, and the fact that some visitors were using it as a car park for the festival. How do we safeguard and protect that car park, primarily for the public right-of-way use for the South Downs Way? And I have a second point in regards to the active travel assessment. Is there an active travel assessment?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob.
Yes, the Cheesefoot Head car park is closed during the festival. The actual car park is not available to be used during the festival, but the footpath is still able to be, the diversion is able to sort of go past there. That's that issue covered. Sorry, can you just repeat your second question?
Sorry, it was just in regards to the active travel assessment. Is there an active travel assessment, and how are we reducing car use to the site?
No, there isn't as such. They required the public right-of-way officer required an active or suggested an active travel plan. In that respect, the applicants work very hard to try and reduce the amount of travel by cars, as it were, even though you can't stop that. And there are various other aspects via coaches that come from the railway station as far as that's concerned. The public right-of-way officer did suggest about introducing walking and cycling routes and you know, an actual route that would have required work between Winchester and the site concerned. As case officer, my view is that that's introducing a permanent element for a temporary permission, and that's, I think, too onerous for the sake of a temporary permission, and that we couldn't actually force that in terms of an application. However, I think I need to check, but I thought that there was an informative in amongst my recommendation where it says they're encouraged to consider the preparation of an active travel assessment, and that will be a matter for ongoing discussion, and we will encourage that with the applicants and with our public rights of way officer moving forward in terms of ways in which that they can continue to look at ways to reduce, as it were, the use of cars and coaches and that sort of thing.
Thank you. Andrew, I think you're next.
Thank you. I've got a few points I'd like to make and questions I'd like answers to. Para 7.5 on page 35, other than the conclusion of that long paragraph of the planning assessment, is the only set of words in bold. And rightfully so, because it deals with the ecological assessment. Now, what worries me is that this site has been, whilst there's reference to we don't have any evidence or appear to have any evidence prior to 2023, this site has been the site of a festival for over 10 years now. The first one took place, I believe, because I remember going to it before when I was on the authority prior to 2015. And therefore, knowing how important this is for both the authority and indeed the applicants to get it right, I'm very surprised that there's not more historic evidence available to us. And allied to that, I think it's very important that we do properly monitor the hangover impact of any festival. I mean, that's been referred to by various comments that have been made already. Moving on, the use of the South Downs Way, it's referred to in para 4.1 on page 18 by the Rights of Way officer, but people who have tried to use the correct route of the South Downs Way outside the festival period have been turned back by the people who've been putting up the fencing, staging, etc., etc. That is patently wrong, and we've got to ensure that doesn't happen, because of course that can mean that the South Downs Way to both walkers and horse riders is effectively out of bounds for probably the most important period of the year from the use point of view, high summer. There is a condition I wonder whether we ought to be putting into this, because there's no condition which I would call a clearing up of the structures which are allowed to remain on site from 1 year to the next. We've in effect, we're going to, they don't have to be removed, but are we going to give consideration to those stages being removed either at the end of the 5-year period, the temporary, unless, of course, there is a renewal, or if for some reason the festival does not take place as a result of changes which are outside the planning authority's remit, that they are removed as a result of festival activities stopping full stop. The noise issue, I am not surprised to hear from Alison Matthews and others that they have concerns, and it was interesting to be told how well the site is being monitored, and I note that the reaction is very quickly, but I'm wondering how quickly, very quickly is, because we've heard about this being a bass boom noise for the whole activity, for the length of activity, and one assumes that shouldn't be happening if the site was being monitored as it should be, and indeed sound levels were as they should be. And regarding sound levels, I recall last time, and indeed on previous occasions when we've debated this, being confused by the science of what is actually it actually says in the relevant condition, where indeed the monitors are, how close to the site they are they in the relevant place. Now, I realise although it's in here as a planning issue, it is also a license issue, but I think it's highly important because it's obviously wrong for neighbours to be assailed by that sort of noise, but it's also probably wrong for wildlife to be assailed by that noise, and it's very difficult to monitor what the impact is on wildlife. There are a few. I've got one or two more points. So whether you want me to draw a halt at that point there.
Are you asking for some answers to that?
Well, I'm asking for answers, but B, I'm also putting my thoughts into the domain of the debate so that they can be taken into consideration.
Okay.
But I don't know whether you want me to call a halt at that point, because I've got 4 more points I want to make, which I hope are relevant.
Are there any questions within that
discussion? They are, basically, there are questions within what I've said.
So your questions are?
I've stated them within what I've said.
Where are the monitoring points?
Well, yes.
And how well is the monitoring taking place?
Yes, and should we have a condition to the effect that clearance of the structures within the site which are currently there?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there are some other questions there,
let's get some answers to those 3 first, if you don't mind. Rob, structures.
I'll hand over to Abby in a minute with regard to the questions you asked with regard to noise. I assume you're referring to the woodland structures which I mentioned, which are not visible other than when you're actually at the festival in the woodland areas. But the application talks about the retention of them. There's not a condition that they should be removed at the end of the temporary approval. If members consider that's necessary to include that as a condition, then we can add that as a condition that they are removed at the cessation of the temporary permission. But that's if you consider it to be an issue. So up to you. I'll hand over to Ab.
Okay.
Hello, yes, thanks. There is a condition in the licence, actually, which requires the agreement of noise monitoring locations each year. They're not specified because it gives the opportunity to change them each year in agreement with Boomtown. So for if, for example, a particular location appears to be a problem, and there are lots of complaints in that particular location, that might form the monitoring location for the following year. So having that flexibility to change them each year is very desirable. So the 9 monitoring locations surround the site, and they represent local residential areas around the site. So there's Abington, there's, I can't remember them all offhand, but Alresford, Terraton, Titchbourne. There's one representing Winchester, Easton, all around the site, and the officers monitor all around those particular locations to start with during the evening, then work on the particular areas where the wind direction and wind is facing. You mentioned about bass, hearing bass before. It is tricky to control it all the time because you get a sudden gust of wind and you'll find bass travels with that particular wind. I don't think you could condition for that, which is why the low frequency conditions are representative over 15 minutes. And those particular locations are where we do the 15-minute readings. Hope that answers the question.
Thank you. More?
Yes, I mentioned 2 more things. One is on para 7.59 on page 41, it says that the planning authority is required to make the appropriate assessments. We've heard about the BLEMP obviously being the responsibility of the applicant. I'm just wondering what the requirements of the planning authority under the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulation 2017 is, because it could be read to say that we are responsible for that, because that way we can be sure that we're providing the right evidence rather than depending upon a third party. That's my penultimate point.
Okay. Rob.
Yes, the Habitats Regs assessment was carried out and considered, and it's available to be viewed online. So we carried out that Habitats Regs assessment.
Thank you.
And finally, it's this major applications issue, which is referred to in para 7.2 on page 34. It is a difficult one, this, because at the end of the day, that appears to be almost the overriding issue we should be taking into account. And has it been demonstrated that development satisfies that? Have other sites been considered, bearing in mind this site should only be used in exceptional circumstances? And so I'm therefore wondering if the officers could give us a more thorough explanation of where we are on that, because whilst that has always applied on this site, and we have taken it into account in our deliberations, it remains important in the decision we're to make today.
Do you want to make a comment?
I've got nothing further to add than what is in 7.13 of the report, which talks about the cost of and scope for developing elsewhere outside the designated area. That is what's in my report, as was in my the same consideration on the previous report as well, back in 2025.
Thank you. Alan.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I've deliberately left putting up my hand until my various colleagues have gone through the detailed and particular queries that they've had in mind. But I just want to remind us all that, we are reaching, or ought to be reaching, the point where we actually have to apply some judgment to the overall question here. Do we permit this? Do we permit it but try and cut it back like happened last year for particular reasons to a single year? Or is the 5-year temporary permission, the reasoning for which has been explained by our officers, a sensible approach to this? And yes, it's right to bear in mind that this is a major development, but it is that unusual thing, a major but very temporary thing. It is self-evident, it would seem to me as a matter of judgment, that an event on this scale is likely to be in a countryside location. It is self-evidently, in my view, justifiable that a major event like this should seek to be held in an attractive countryside location. And indeed, the point has been made already that there are features of this particular site which, in a funny sort of way, but which is quite obvious when one goes and looks to it, makes it rather an ideal site for something like this. One totally accepts that there will be some people in the surrounding area who, for the temporary period of the event, will find it annoying. I'm not even excluding the possibility that were it to be next to the bit of the Downs in West Sussex where I live, I might find it annoying. But nevertheless, a balance has got to be struck here. And it seems to me this is a particularly suitable site, which, as it were, happens to be in the national park, but it is actually the landform created by the chalk downs around there, which happens to make it a particularly suitable site. So I have to say that, on balance, it seems to me that although one can, as it were, rootle round and find points which one might like to have more answers on balance, it seems to me that our officers' approach is right. This is justifiable here. It wouldn't be justifiable to have a major event like this in a national park if it was going on 365 days of the year. That would clearly be totally unacceptable. But in the circumstances of it being a temporary event and of things being done and required to be done to restore the site, or indeed to improve the site as a consequence or as what follows from the event having taken place, it seems to me that balance makes this event, which undoubtedly does attract considerable numbers of people into the national park, even though they might not be typical of every other visitor to other parts of the national park. But that's not a bad thing in itself. And I find it very odd, for example, that some of the opponents, Councillor Payne is one who said this, appeared to criticise the notion of a temporary consent on the basis that there's general government planning advice, which there has been around for all the decades that I was involved in the planning system, saying more or less that. But this major but very temporary event is a particular exceptional kind of development, and it seems to me that if there ever is a case for carrying on doing temporary consents in order to deal with changes and fluctuations in the precise way the thing can be managed, then this is the sort of development for which that view would logically be taken. It seems to me that our officers have struck it exactly right, that we've now got beyond the point, because of the good and useful work the promoters of the development have done, where we have to say, well, we can only permit it from 1 year to the next. And that's been explained by our officers, and I'm convinced on balance that that is right. No doubt we will, if this is permitted by my colleagues, and obviously I'll participate, we can form judgments over the coming few years as to how well the thing is operating, and the very fact that we are envisaging temporary consent gives us a chance to reconsider those things, as well as obviously the enforcement of any conditions, both on the planning permission and in a separate regime by the licensing authorities. So I'm persuaded that our officers are recommending the right balance here. This is an exceptional, and I accept major development, but very temporary in a national park. I think the approach taken by the officers has produced a result which is acceptable to us for a temporary event, and I'm going to vote to support the officers' recommendation.
Thank you. Before we go further down that route, there are a couple of things we need to sort out. The first one is the economic comment that Paul made, and I think Tim's got some comments to make about that.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, a lot's been said around the evidence that's been provided, the weight that's been given to it. Just to assure members, and I'm going to read it out, a very extensive assessment has been made titled Economic and Social Benefits Study by Turley Economics, and that's available on the website and has been. But we've taken a fairly cautious approach to that for the reasons you've all explained, because it's quite difficult to sort of check on that. But a thought strikes me, because a lot has homed in on this, even though it's only the duty, not the purpose. So there's a relativity here as well. But we could put a condition in that there is some sort of monitoring and assessment of the assumptions made in this document. And I was struck by the way the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust has acted as a really good counter to some of the evidence, and that's been really helpful as an independent adjudicator, as it were. And I'm wondering whether we could seek to either get the developer to get an independent assessment of their own work done, which is done, or potentially, and Jerry Pett raised the issue around what was happening in Winchester, whether the Chamber of Commerce or another economic body locally could also be involved. So I don't want to complicate matters too much, but I think you could consider whether it's worth a condition around monitoring the economics, just as you are monitoring the ecological side of things.
How do we feel about that, members? Janet?
I just wondered if that included also the economic benefits of people that were employed, in other words, the employment situation that comes from the...
It should do. It could do. It could do. Stephen?
Yes, Chair, I think that's a wholly sensible approach, and I would propose, therefore, that we have an independent economic assessment as part of the conditions.
Right. And a seconder to that. Thank you. And a vote for that. Oh, sorry, Antonio, did you want to say something else? Yes, yes. So, yes, can we have a vote on that, putting that condition in, please? Thank you. Becky?
I was just going to confirm them. So the form of words will be finalised by your Director of Placemaking.
Yes. Yes. And the other one is temporary structures being removed, if required, at the end of the 5-year period if it is no longer continued. Does anybody feel the need for that?
Well, I raised it.
Yes, you did.
I raised it, Chair, because they're not inconsiderable, and whilst one would anticipate they will remove them if the necessity arises, at the moment there is no legal requirement for them to do so.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Yes, I mean it is open. You'd have that discussion. I think our view as officers is that their impact is pretty modest. And I'm aware that they are also used at times for other very small, low-key events, you could call them de minimis, that serve local groups. Now, I haven't got a whole lot of evidence, so you have to give that very light weight, but I would urge some caution in terms of insisting on their removal at the end of a 5-year period, particularly as there's quite a bit of monitoring going on during that period through the event management plan and the BLEM.
I wasn't aware that they were being put to other uses, as you put it, a de minimis uses, which would presumably be allowable within the in any case. So we're going to have another look at this, or a committee will have another look at this in 5 years' time. Perhaps somebody will raise it then.
Yes, thank you. Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just on the previous point about the economic benefit, just given that we've delegated to the officers the wording of it, I would strongly suggest that it not be limited to an assessment of local benefit, but it not be restricted because all economic benefit is economic benefit, and it would be a shame if it ended up being perhaps inadvertently restricted in scope, whereas actually it ought to cover the wider aspect. Thank you.
Yes, it seems that that's how the survey has been written so far, on a wider basis than just the Matterley Bowl, obviously. Yes, but the point's well made. Thank you. Anything else? Antonia.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on Alan's summary of this major but temporary development. It's very important, as I think everyone has acknowledged, that the surveying of the ecological impact is properly done. And we see in paragraph 7.57 that the county ecologist highlighted the need for surveying. And what we have in the BLEMP is the independent surveys from the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust, which I very much welcome. But as I previously said, 5 years is quite a long time for these impacts to appear. And what I would like to see is if the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust surveys are raising red flags over that period, that should be disclosed to us. I mean, it says in paragraph 7.57 that members will be updated on it's not quite clear whether this is the need for surveying or whether the surveys themselves will be disclosed to members. But I think it would be very helpful if there are red flags being raised by those independent surveys, that those should be disclosed to members so that as we are in this position and approaching the end of the 5-year period, we're well in the picture of how the impact has been observed and detected. And perhaps that could even be in a condition.
It may be that the outcome of these surveys should come back to this committee on an occasional basis. Yes, go ahead.
And yeah, just to clarify, the surveys that will be undertaken in the next 5 years won't be undertaken by Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust. They did a review of the ecological information and reports and surveys that were submitted with regard to the BLEM for this application. They will be carried out by a qualified ecologist on behalf of the applicant. And we have a review process. If you go through the BLEMP in detail, we will be sort of monitoring against those actions and sort of highlighting or being made aware and highlighting any potential issues as we go through that. And some of that may need adaptation as we go through as a result of those. It might not. But what we can do is at an appropriate period, maybe at the end of every year, just to do a quick report back to members or make you aware and send you through the information of what's been found with regard to those surveys and any adaptations we've had to make. So we can do that on an informal basis with you. And obviously it will form the evidence base, if members are minded to approve, for any future application, if there were one.
That sounds very sensible.
Yes, I think that would be welcome. I take the point that it's the applicants, ecologists who will be carrying out the surveys, and it was just the overall process that was validated by Hampshire and Isle of Wight Trust. But yes, I think it will be very welcome to have an annual report back on what those surveys are showing.
Absolutely. Right. Are we done? May we have the recommendation back up, please, Rob? That's page 1.
It's on 2 pages. I mean, it's in your report, members, but it's there on there for the page 1. And then the next slide.
With the additional condition about the economic situation. Are we all content? We all know what we're voting for or not. Good. May I have a proposer and a seconder, please? Alan, thank you. And Paul, thank you. And a show of hands to support that recommendation. Thank you very much. That's unanimously carried, so the application is permitted. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Would we like a 5-minute comfort break? Would members of the audience please allow the meeting to continue? Would members of the audience mind if we continued the meeting, please? Thank you. So we'll move now to agenda item 7, which is Corhampton Golf Club. And Sarah Round is going to remind the members of the report content. Sarah.
Thank you. I'm just going to draw members' attention to the update sheet in the first instance. If you could just please note the objections from Droxford Parish Council, which have been specifically referenced and they weren't done so in the report originally. And that's all we've got on this one in terms of updates. I'm just going to take you through the site, the surroundings and the main issues, and then any questions afterwards. So it's Corhampton Golf Club. I'm going to go through the sites and the surrounds, then the key views and the effects on the public rights of way. I'm going to touch upon archaeology and look at the drawings, and then I'll put forward my recommendation. So have I got the pointer? Yes. Is that working? Lovely. Right, so this is the existing golf course here. To the north of the application, well, the application site, I should say, includes the entire golf course and this agricultural field here. This that you can see here is an extension to the original golf course, which has been there since 1891. And this was constructed roughly around 2003. This is the main focus of our deliberations. This I will talk about is a piece of ancient woodland, and the Wayfarers Way runs along this edge of the site, and then we've got some footpaths that run up this lane and then along the ridge of Shepherd Down here. So these are the public rights of way I've just referred to. In close-up, this is the Wayfarers Way, coming from down here, Droxford direction, crossing over a little junction here, and then you walk along the verge, and then you cross the road into the golf course, and then you walk along the side of the golf course, past the ancient woodland, and then out onto the Bishop's Waltham Road, which you can see. Just orientate myself here. And then we're talking about public rights of way. When I'll show you the views from the public right of way, I'm talking about this public right of way here, which runs along the ridge line of Shepherd's Down. And then we've got some views from Dundridge Lane, which is up here. I'll just take you through those now. These aren't all the views from the Wayfarers Way. I couldn't fit them all in the presentation, but they are kind of the most obvious gaps in the hedgerow. So there's a hedgerow along the footpath. There are gaps in some of it. In other places it's quite thick and you can't really see much through it. But these are some of the more obvious points. This is the application site here, this large field. You can see it stretching across here. So this is the ancient woodland in the distance, which you can see through this gap. You can just about see here, this is the existing 2003 golf course extension. This is another view through a gap in the hedge line looking up towards the top of Shepherd's Lane, and then that's Dundridge Lane behind that hedgerow there. This is a kind of more slightly overgrown view. And then we've got the view from Shepherd's Down, walking along that green line through the hedgerow. Again, this hedgerow is more mature. There's less views from up here, but only because of the screening. But there are a couple of quite significant gaps where you get these wide sweeping views across the valley. This is the area of main works that we talk about. This is the existing part of the golf course that I've talked about as being extended in 2003, and this is the ancient woodland. And these are just some views from Dundridge Lane. So when you come off Shepherd's Down, you basically come down to Dundridge Lane, which is here. You just about see the tree-lined lane there. And then again, we're looking up from Dundridge Lane. There's the, sorry, this is actually the top part of Dundridge. This is the bottom part. So if we came down off Shepherd's Down and walked up towards the top of the site, this is our site here. And then again, that is from Dundridge Lane, looking through gaps in the hedgerow. That's the existing golf course, and then this is our, this is the main work site. The whole course, like I said, is the application site, and these are the residential properties at the bottom of the golf course, which exist already. This is just a view looking the other way onto the existing practice range on the golf course. And now we're just going to touch briefly on archaeology. There's a Bronze Age barrow on the site, which I talk about in the committee report, and you can just see the shape of that mound there. It's indicated here and on the OS maps from 1897. That's the tumulus indicated there. So the proposals are include the whole golf course, but are focused mainly on this field. They are to create 4 golf holes and an irrigation pond down here, which will be fed by a series of littler ponds coming down here. I'm just going to take you through some of the sections. Let's check that one. I just wanted to point out the topography lines. Sorry, I can't see those on that screen, but I can on this screen. So you've got these, in order to create the golf course, you've got soil importation, which creates these mounds throughout the site in this portion of the site. The hill naturally slopes this way and this way and this way, and it's a fairly flat sloping site. And as a result of the works that are proposed, you'll have these heaped mounds, which I'll just take you through in section now. So the green line along the bottom on these sections, which you'll have been able to view on the public access, is the existing site level. And then the red line upon the top here is the proposed site level. We've just got some spot measurements on here, which show, as I've referred to in the report, landform changes of between 6 and 8 metres at the highest point. You'll see this is the footpath and Shepherd's Farm Lane. So if you're on here, instead of seeing the hill slope away from you, you'll see this undulating, less than undulating set of mounds, and just some sections through the other way, again showing the extent of landform change proposed, and those are just some spot measurements again, which you would have been able to take yourselves from the public access website. So in this instance, the recommendation is for a refusal on the basis of adverse impact on the national park. Would it help if I got my reasons for refusal up as well? I'll put them there just while I finish, because I can't remember them off by heart. So we've got failed to conserve or enhance the landscape and scenic beauty of the national park, and that's by virtue of the soil importation upon chalk downland, which will create an incongruous scale, form and appearance of development. And furthermore, the processes would impact upon the natural processes through the altered landform and engineered irrigation scheme. The proposals therefore fail to achieve landscape-led and ecosystem services approach to development, and consequently they're contrary to the policies listed. We are also recommending a refusal on the loss of the archaeological feature of significance, which is there are other archaeological features on the site, but the one of real significance is the Bronze Age barrow, as it's set out in the comments from Winchester Archaeology section. And on the basis that we've got insufficient information to demonstrate that it would not have an adverse impact on water resources, and had, in the absence of a section 106 to secure biodiversity net gain, that's also a reason for refusal. So I'll just go back to that page.
Thank you, Sarah. We have, may we have the lights, please? Thank you. We have 3 public speakers against the application, and that we'll start with Councillor Danny Lee, who is speaking as a Droxford Parish Councillor and Winchester City Councillor.
Yeah, sure. Good morning, Chair and committee. You can hear me. I'm Councillor Danny Lee, Ward Councillor for the Winchester Central Meon Valley. There is a widespread concern
by my 5 parishes and neighbouring parishes about the scale, harm and risks in this proposal. The objections you have seen reflect only a fraction of the level of worry. Thankfully, the planning officer's conclusion is clear. The proposal fails to conserve landscape, natural beauty, cultural heritage, and ecosystem services. The scheme might have been acceptable in principle, but only with minimal landscape-led intervention. There are few sympathetic and safe landscape-led enhancements. It is an industrial-scale land reforming engineering exercise that reprofiles our chalk downland by elevating it up to 6 to 8 metres. It does this with 500,000 tonnes of imported material. Over 3 years, 4 trucks an hour for 5 days a week, bringing in 30 times more material than is generated on site, with uncertain routing and impacts on surrounding settlements. The transport assessment is materially deficient, focusing only on the final 900 metres and omitting key safety evidence, including 5 fatalities within 300 to 600 metres of the golf course and risks at the Shepherd's Farm, Corhampton Lane junction. The assessments therefore significantly underestimate the risk, especially to non-motorised users, tranquility and enjoyment of the national park, including the Wayfarer's Way. Crucially, the landform is driven by the volume of imported material, not landscape need, for private, not public benefit. The impacts go well beyond visual change and public harm. The risks extend to our precious environment and heritage. The critical chalk aquifer function will be impeded by natural chalk processes, interrupted by soil capping of unknown provenance. Will groundwater and chalk stream our River Meon recharge be safe? I personally find the statutory consultee statements worthy of challenge. There are no guarantees soils will be native or uncontaminated. Even marginal contamination, for example, 10 milligrams in a kilogram across 500,000 tonnes equates to 4.5 tonnes of contaminants with unknown consequences. In combination, the risks undermining South Downs National Park Partnership Management Plan objectives to improve water quality and Water Framework Directive status and wider environment. There will be adverse effects on ancient woodland protected species, harm, loss of heritage, a Bronze Age barrier lost forever. In sum, this proposal is excessive and unnecessary. It fails landscape character, heritage and ecosystem services policies. This proposal conflicts with the fundamental purpose of the national park and will be a harmful precedent for the South Downs National Park. I fully support the proposed refusal and urge the committee to do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Penny Stokes, who is representing herself and local objectors.
Thank you. Thank you. I've lived locally for 35 years. I'm a chartered surveyor familiar with golf course issues and an experienced horse rider, keeping my horses a mile from site. Within 2 miles south of the site, there are at least 21 livery yards, private and professional, with around 150 horses between them. Many rural businesses will be adversely affected by this scheme. As there is no alternative route, this development would stop us riding out north to access the South Downs. We cannot risk putting our lives and our horses' lives in danger on a narrow road used by the relentless volume of proposed HGVs. Horses and heavy lorries simply do not mix. This proposal is contrary to so many of your planning policies, which is why, quite rightly, it faces such wide local opposition. It fails to conserve or enhance the landscape and scenic beauty of the park. It's not sustainable development, and there is no overriding need to import any foreign soil to warrant either the proposed development or the permanent disfigurement of a historic landscape. The raised irrigation lagoon, to be placed in a dry valley and lined with black plastic, would be totally alien. Any proposals must be landscape-led, and the protected landscape should not be redesigned just to satisfy golf club members. Corhampton Golf Club's reputation is as a downland course, and its website boasts that it's on chalk and that it drains exceptionally quickly to provide a mud-free round of golf all year round. 4 new holes have already been created using simple cut and fill techniques without any new material being needed then. So the club's claim that importing spoil now is vital to build a free draining course is incorrect. It's clearly not necessary for the build. Furthermore, if the existing course already has excellent drainage, why is there any engineering need to import unknown spoil, which may then actually hinder their drainage? Again, there is no necessity. At pre-application, your officer repeatedly told the club that importing foreign material is uncharacteristic and would not be supported. This advice has been wholly ignored, and instead, the club is choosing to replace a natural chalk downland with a huge, over-engineered artificial landform masquerading as 4 new golf holes. This would permanently disfigure a much-cherished landscape and bury forever a visible Bronze Age barrow, Roman field systems, an enclosure complex, and other significant underlying archaeology. In conclusion, there is no legitimate engineering or environmental necessity to import any spoil. All the ecological benefits can be delivered more effectively on the existing undisturbed chalk. The only logical driver for this scheme is the substantial income to be generated from importing hundreds of thousands of tonnes of waste soil. There's no public benefit arising from these works for a private members' club, but there will be a severe and lasting impact on many local homes and rural businesses. I don't need to remind you of the 2 statutory purposes of the National Park. You are its guardians, so please consider the legacy you want to leave. Protect our landscape, heritage, and access to and enjoyment of the Downs. Please support your officers and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And our third speaker against the application is Councillor Matt Avison, who is representing Droxford Parish Council.
Okay, thank you. I represent Droxford Parish Council. Our residents are extremely concerned by this proposal, as demonstrated by the level of registered opposition, also reflected in 6 other local parishes. The main objections focus on the industrial scale of unnecessary waste importation, the significant HGV traffic volumes on rural roads, and the impact on the ecology, landscape and enjoyment of the SDNP. The golf club has provided no evidence to justify the need to import nearly 320,000 cubic metres of waste soils. When they created 4 new holes on adjacent land, no such importation was required. The Clare definition of waste identifies 4 particularly relevant considerations when soil is reused. The 4th amongst these states that materials must only be used in quantities demonstrably necessary for the intended purpose. Importing this amount of soil is not demonstrably necessary, therefore this should be regarded as landfill. The proposal is not landscape-led. The club confirmed that the actual design has been chosen to generate gate receipts for waste soil to offset development costs. The South Downs will lose so that club members gain. Their own documents state that this is merely the first of several phases envisaged by the club to redevelop the entire site using the same business model. So follow-on planning applications of a similar nature should be expected if precedent is set. 43,000 additional HGV movements of up to 32 tonnes each would use narrow rural roads and lanes ending on Shepherd's Farm Lane, which has a posted 3-tonne weight limit. This raises serious concerns about road safety, damage to infrastructure and risk to walkers, cyclists and horse riders. There is no robust plan to enforce routing, meaning vehicles will pass through the centre of Droxford Village, and with the cost to repair additional damage to roads, such as Shepherd's Farm Lane, falling on already overstretched road maintenance budgets. The disruption will last 3+ years and cannot be described as temporary. The benefits are limited to a private members club of 800 people, while significant impacts are borne by neighbouring village communities. The proposal would significantly harm the beauty of the landscape and conflict with multiple SDNP policies, particularly in relation to landscape, tranquility, transport and sustainable development. This application is very different to the Hockley development. The proposed scale is 3 times larger. This site is in the very heart of the national park and not next to a busy and noisy motorway junction, and the impact on landscape and visual assessment is more observable and permanent. Crucially, less impactful alternatives exist. Allowing this development would set a concerning precedent. Given its scale and nature, we welcome the planning officer's justification and recommendation for refusal and would ask that you do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have 3 speakers in support of the application. First one is Rob Bailey, who is representing the applicant.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, committee members. Corhampton Golf Club was founded in 1891 with over 800 members drawn largely from the local community. We have long recognised our responsibility to conserve this landscape, acting as custodians of this area of outstanding natural beauty, well before the National Park designation in 2010. Our ambition is straightforward. We seek to complete a long-term plan that began over 50 years ago to create a safer, more sustainable and appropriately sized golf course. What began as a 9-hole course was then extended to 18 and has always been within a footprint that is too small, a constraint that has become more pronounced as the game has evolved. We acquired 2 adjoining fields to address this, the first of which was more level field developed in the 1990s, yet the course remains around a third smaller than a typical 18-hole golf course layout. Advances in equipment means golfers now hit the ball much further, increasing the risk of conflict between holes, creating real and growing safety concerns that we have a duty to address. The 4 new proposed holes are the final step in that long-term plan, allowing us to properly spread the course, remove the most hazardous areas, and create a safer, more appropriate layout for modern play. We have worked closely with your planning and landscape officers to help ensure that our proposals align with National Park policy. This is not simply an extension, it is the final phase of a whole course regeneration strategy focused on improving biodiversity, reducing water use, and enhancing long-term environmental performance. We have developed a model for sustainable golf within the South Downs, recognised nationally through award-winning pollinator programmes and GEO certification. This project allows us to build on that approach, delivering a large-scale landscape and biodiversity enhancements. A key part of the proposal is the creation of a sustainable water system, reducing reliance on main supply and groundwater, an important step given the increasing pressure on water resources in the southeast. We support local recreation through junior golf development, accessible sport for all ages, and informal recreation through public access routes. We are also part of the wider visitor economy of the South Downs, attracting golfers who stay, dine, and contribute to the local area. Importantly, we are looking to enhance non-golfing access, making the club a more welcoming stop for walkers and cyclists. We believe this is a proposal that works with the National Park and not against it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Gaunt, who is representing the applicant.
Is this working? Is it possible to have one of the other pictures that you showed? It's the 1899 map showing the ancient where shepherds' copse used to extend. Is that one? Yeah, the one bottom left. So it shows where the footprint of shepherd's copse used to be. Thank you. Do I need to press a button? Okay. I'm Jonathan Gaunt. I'm a golf course architect with 39 years experience in design and redevelopment of golf courses, including projects within environmentally sensitive landscapes, national parks, and areas of outstanding natural beauty. My role today is to help members understand the design principles behind this proposal, and in particular, the question of landform and soil movement. In the committee report, reference is made to the importance of minimising soil importation and keeping landform change to an absolute minimum. We fully agree with that principle. However, it is important to understand that the design of a golf course is fundamentally shaped by landform. It is not simply a matter of placing fairways, greens and tees onto an existing field. And in this case, a field that slopes steeply southwards and westwards with an elevation change of 34 metres. To create safe, playable golf holes, you need appropriate separation between holes, clear lines of play, and landforms that safely contain and, in general, do not unfairly repel golf balls. Without this, there is a real risk to users, which is one of the key issues this proposal is seeking to resolve. If we were to rely solely on cut and fill within the site, using material from the proposed pond excavations, it would not provide sufficient volume to achieve this. More importantly, it would result in significant reworking of the existing ground levels across the entire site, creating a far more disruptive and unnatural outcome. By contrast, the carefully controlled importation of soil allows us to shape landforms in a targeted and efficient way, minimize disturbance across the wider site, and create a design that reflects the natural downland character rather than imposing something artificial upon it. While there are localized areas of greater height, in the order of 6 to 8 meters, these have been deliberately positioned and designed to sit comfortably within the existing landscape, mimicking natural landform patterns, full stop. In addition, as the natural woodland regenerates where Shepherd's Copse once stood, as you can see on the map, within the southern half of the site, the views will return to their historic context, as recommended by the landscape officer. The average depth of fill across the site is relatively modest, less than 2 meters, and the overall approach is one of subtle, gentle, and sympathetic shaping, rather than wholesale regrading, which can already be seen on other parts of the existing course.
I'm very sorry, but you have run out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one more speaker in support of the application, and that is Alison Crooks, who is the agent.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the officer for the committee report and recognising the work that has gone into developing this scheme. We've engaged in 3 rounds of pre-application advice, and throughout we have had constructive and positive dialogue with both planning and landscape officers. Following the 3rd submission, we were encouraged to bring forward a full application with no objection in principle, subject to reducing material movement and relocating the lagoon, both of which were addressed in full. The officers and many of the local objectors all support the use of this field for golf in principle, which also provides confirmation that any view of the golf course is acceptable, regardless of importation. From the outset, this has been a landscape-led proposal shaped through ongoing engagement with officers. In particular, the landscape officer emphasised the importance of restoring historic landscape character, and in response, the scheme sets aside 3.4 hectares of natural regeneration within the footprint of the once much larger ancient woodland. However, this is not referenced in the committee report. Also absent is the delivery and long-term management of 18 hectares of chalk grassland and 770 metres of new hedgerow, reinstating historic landscape features. In total, the scheme conserves and enhances 21 hectares of land for natural beauty and biodiversity, which will be delivered all within the site. These significant landscape and biodiversity enhancements have not been mentioned at all in the committee report. We are therefore concerned that the proposal has not been fully assessed against policy. In addition, under policy SD2 Part C, the report states that all irrigation ponds will be lined and impermeable. That is not correct. Only the main storage lagoon will be lined. All other features will remain unlined and will act as ephemeral ponds. This incorrect statement has led to this being a reason for a refusal, even though the Environment Agency has no objection to the development. Under policy SD2 Part K, it is concluded that the development would adversely affect tranquility and public enjoyment. However, the Environmental Health Officer has confirmed the use is tranquil and the principle of golf on the site has been accepted. Fundamentally, policy SD1 requires development to conserve and enhance natural beauty, wildlife, cultural heritage. Given that significant enhancement measures within the scheme have not been included in the committee report, we do not consider the overall planning balance has been appropriately assessed. Combined with the lack of statutory objections, we kindly ask members to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we have one more speaker, again, it's our SDNPA member, Jerry Pett.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, me again.
Welcome, Jerry.
I only have one point really to make on this, but first of all, I would like to thank the officer for her very comprehensive report, and to reiterate what others have said, that the locals are largely not against an extra 4 holes on this golf course, but they do seem to be very much, as you will have seen from the report, against the method. I would just like to ask members to consider what, if any, additional measures could be taken to minimise the risk of an inspector upholding an appeal on this one. Should the applicant decide to appeal, they would likely cite the precedent created by last autumn's successful appeal against your refusal of a scheme at Hockley, which had several similarities to the current case, and I would just like to put that in front of you for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I'm sure that's going to come up in the debate. I believe that's the end of the public speakers, so we're now open for debate, members. John.
Thank you, Chairman. On the last point that Jerry just made, re Hockley and the inspector's decision, can I just have some clarification from our officers as to why this application is different?
Thank you.
In our view, this application, it is, I should actually clarify what one of the speakers said earlier. They are proposing to import between 317,000 and 320,000 cubic metres of soil, not 500,000 as was set out one of the speakers. So that's just a point of clarification. Those are the figures we have in the application material. So Hockley was in the arena of 120,000 cubic metres of soil, so this is far greater. In terms of the views available at Hockley, they were far more limited by the existing screening on site in the form of the land. I have some slides showing the public right-of-way, but members will remember from the Hockley debate. It's a far less rural site in terms of its viewpoints. It's close to the M3 and a B road. The public views from the surrounding road network are very limited, if it's seen at all. So this was felt to be a far more visible site within the landscape, and also the proposals are far more in terms of volume and landform change.
Thank you. Happy?
Sorry, thank you, Sarah. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Paul.
Yeah, I suppose it's on the same risk of appeal, but the Alison Crooks made several remarks that things were left out of the report and weren't drawn to our attention, so I'd like the case officer to address those, please.
Thank you. Sarah.
I have tried to be, throughout my report, fair and acknowledge that we have had very productive discussions with the golf club and that there are some real benefits to this scheme. I think I conclude in my report that there are benefits, and I recognise those, and that's in terms of the potential for improved BNG for the whole golf course, its management for 30 years. The natural woodland regeneration is welcomed, but taken together all of those benefits that Alison cited, it wasn't enough to outweigh the landscape harm caused.
Thank you. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. So I should probably first state that I play golf. I enjoy golf, though not at this course. So no conflict of interest. And yeah, I can see that an extension of a golf course here could be arguable. The game has evolved. People do hit further. There is more scope for error when you're hitting further. However, I would also balance that against courses such as Augusta, where the Masters is starting today, and the iconic state of some of those par 3 holes. So, new courses don't have to be longer and wider to be challenging, but I recognise the safety arguments that have been made. If I were a member of this course, I think I'd be very upset by the lack of respect towards archaeology. Now, if you're generating landform change, then there is scope to enhance archaeological and natural features. That isn't happening here, and that's disappointing to see given the opportunities. I'm also disappointed by the lack of information and evidence regarding aquifer impacts, because that's a relatively easy exercise in this location to do. And that would have been hugely important, given our importance as a national authority on safeguarding water sources, be they above or below ground. But is it possible? There we go, that contour map. That's what I wanted to look at. Because we heard from Mr. Gaunt that this mimics the natural landform patterns. Now, if I'm looking at those contours within the red line boundary and comparing that to the contours of the surrounding landscape, they don't seem to mimic to my mind. So my question to the officer is, are you aware of any reasonably local landscape features where the topography mimics the proposed landscape form in this application?
No.
That was clear and to the point. No other comments? Oh, Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A couple of things. First of all, no disrespect to the photography, but having visited the site, I don't believe your photographs really do justice to the beauty of the field as it currently is from the view that we looked at last week. Secondly, in respect of, I'm not a golfer, so I'm not completely clear on the risks, but one of the issues raised is the fact that there's a risk because of the compact nature of the current golf course. To what extent would this increase the level of risk to people walking on the Wayfarer's Way, particularly given that there's one seems to me the top left hand of the new holes would actually potentially have balls going across onto the Wayfarer's Way. And one last point, a question really. I'd be interested to have understand a definition of what is temporary, given that 3 years of long-term lorry traffic seems to me to graduate across into permanent rather than temporary, although I agree it may be more binary than that. Thank you.
Sarah.
Risk to users of the footpaths has been raised by a number of people, and actually we have had a response from Hampshire Highways in respect of that risk, and it would, had the proposal been acceptable in all other respects, there would have been a condition attached ensuring that the Golf Club showed us a management and risk operation plan, which they're required to do under different legislation anyway. So it's the view of the consultees and officers that that could have been mitigated against if it had been considered acceptable.
Thank you. John?
Sorry, Chairman, if I can come back. I completely agree with the officer's conclusion on this site. I have one slight issue where people keep talking about this site being in principle okay for a golf course. I actually don't believe that it is. I think that would significantly change the character of that area if it was made a golf course, if it wasn't done very, very carefully. So I'd just like to flag up the fact that I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that we as a committee would support a golf course on that site. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew.
I mean, it's all to do, obviously, with the general movement of soil, but I have an issue with the irrigation pond. The reason being that we've heard that the irrigation pond is going to be lined, but none of the ponds which are going to feed it are going to be. Well, of course, we're on chalk soil, which is free draining, except in periods of very intensive rainfall. So that irrigation pond is very unlikely to get any fill during the summer or under most circumstances. In any case, it is 9,000 cubic meters. The moment you start taking water out of it, the water level drops and you are left with a muddy surround. But the point is that obviously it depends how this golf course is irrigated. But if it is irrigated as many are irrigated, and in the middle of the summer it is really drying out as it could do on chalk, that's less than 1 inch of water over the whole golf course is contained within that pond. 1 inch of water over the entire course as it would be 12,250 cubic meters of water requirement, and the actual capacity of the pond, we're told, is 9,000. So what I'm saying is if it's going to be used as an irrigation pond, it's going to be pumped dry or effectively dry very quickly, and is going to be a rather alien feature. So it's certainly not going to do very much for the BNG of the course, and it does quote on page 75, I think in those 72, rising, paras 7.33 and 7.34, but in any case, it's not going to be excavated into the ground, quote, as a dew pond. It is going to be above ground level, which is going to raises the issue of how it's going to be fed. Now, this might be incidental to the whole, but I think it goes into the principle that there's going to be a lot of earth movement, and we mustn't overlook what's going to happen down that bottom end of the pond. But I do believe the officers have got this right, and I, like many, am concerned about the movements of soil. And by the way, the Speaker referred to 500,000 tonnes, not 500,000 cubic metres. So from that point of view, I think you're probably right. It still is only 3,200 to 320,000 cubic metres.
Thank you for that clarification. Alan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes. I would like to express my agreement with something that John Hyland said. I'm not sure that, I'm very much backing the officer's recommendation here, but I'm not sure, because it has cropped up that in principle that large open field area is acceptably developed for, is acceptably developed for golfing purposes, even if it involved less movement of materials than proposed here. It seems to me that that would be a significant landscape impact, and I wouldn't want, in common with what John Howland has said, it to be assumed from anything that is said in this discussion that turning that large open area over to golf in the context of this being a national park, landscape-led, etc., is acceptable. One can't fail to be aware of what happened in relation to the application at Hockley, not that far away, and I will not pretend anything other than that it was a surprise to me as a member of this authority and this planning committee that was permitted on appeal. But the true position is that this is a much larger scheme in terms of earth and material moving than that one, and is very fundamentally at odds with the aim of preserving and enhancing the landscape of the South Downs to envisage anything like that being allowed here. So I'm, as it were, even more strongly of the view that this is unacceptable in the national park than would apply in cases of a lesser amount of earth and material movement. So I wholly back the officer's recommendation here, and will be voting for refusal.
Thank you. Are we all done? Do we have a proposer and a second? May we have the proposal back up, the recommendation, please? Thank you. May we have a proposer and a seconder? Janet, thank you very much. And a show of hands to recommend the planning permission is refused. Thank you very much. I'm afraid that planning permission is refused. Oh, that's not right. No, here we are. Rather me. So let us move on swiftly to the next application, which is land south of Rothermead in Petworth. And Sarah is going to take us through this report.
Right, sorry, thank you, members. Firstly, I would like to draw your attention to the update sheet where we had an additional representation from the occupier of number 9 Rothermead and another representation which you haven't seen before from 13 Rothermead. There are also a couple of condition additions and a bit of a reshuffling due to some added conditions from our appointed drainage consultants. So we've just got a couple of conditions. I think they are 21 and 22 as set out in the update sheet, and that's to do with matters of drainage. Okay, I will take you through the site, which is land at Rothermead, and the proposal is for 9 housing units with 3 affordable housing units on site. I'm going to talk you through the settlement boundary and the proposals. I'm going to touch upon the amenity considerations, which I've also discussed in the report, and then we'll move on to the recommendation. So this is our site down here at the south of the overall Rothermead estate, which is this one here, and this is the A272 and the roundabout that meets Petworth Road, which is down here. The site is allocated in the Petworth Neighbourhood Plan under Policy H8, and that's allocated for 10 units. And it's shown here, this little green triangle down here. These are just some views of the site coming into Petworth, so it's here. You can just see, I think, probably the residential property that exists on the entrance to it is off this road. I'll talk about that a bit further. So that's here, but this is not the entrance to the site. This is the proposed entrance to the site, which is off Rothermead. And this is just a few photographs of Rothermead. This is on the road looking down through the current views to the downs at the back. This is just a few more photographs. Again, this is where the entrance is proposed, past number 11, Rothermead here. This is the current field. So we've got, I talk in the report about 2-storey properties along the site boundary here, and then we've got this bungalow here, which is the only bungalow fronting onto the site. The others are all 2 stories. And this is the garden of the bungalow here, and the windows in this elevation, which I talk about in the report. Just some wider views of the site. So this is a track. It's not a public right of way. So just need to note that that's this track. Here, which is an informal track, and people do use for walking the dogs, and they also go up the side here. But again, that is not a formally adopted public right of way. The public right of way is over here. So views from the site are from a longer distance, and you see them against the backdrop of the other houses that border the site and the remainder of the Rothermead estate. This is the site plan, so just setting out proposals. This is the existing access I just showed you, and this is the proposed access, which uses an existing crossover and then part of the garden of 11 Rothermead, which would be excavated down to enter into the site this way. And then we have 2 properties here. These are both 3 beds. I think that's right. I have to double check that. And then we've got the affordable properties here. We've got 2 2-beds, 1 3-bed, and then we've got some 4 beds here, and then 3 beds again over here. This is just the landscaping proposals, which should be secured by condition, so they are indicative rather than fixed. We've got new hedging going in. We've got some mature trees planted in the existing hedge line, and the proposals are that that existing hedge line will be bolstered by additional planting. As you can see, and all the gardens of the properties face out onto the countryside. Just got some sections showing the changes across the site, so I just need to screw that screen in a bit. So this is coming into the site, and then it's showing you the topography. This is showing the relationship between, I'll come on to this a bit later, between 9 Rothermead and plots 1 and 2, which are at the end here. And then this is looking from the top of the site, so from here down the hill, as it were. This is section D again, just showing some sections through the sites, 8 and 9 and 7, and then 1 and 2 again. I'll come on to this relationship. This is the relationship between number 9 Rothermead and plots 1 and 2. In terms of materiality, we have a mix of brick quoins and stone, clay tile roofs, timber windows, and some of the south-facing properties have solar panels, and we asked the applicant to change those materials to slate because they are better with solar panels, basically. It just looks more natural. Those are the affordable properties with the solar panels on them. Just some more images giving you an idea of the design rationale. These are the affordable units here, 3 in a row. And they should say that they're shown in clay tile here, but that's changed to slate. I'll just touch upon issues of amenity, which I cover in my report, but just so you understand the relationship between the proposed development site and the existing building at 9 Rothermead, which is that little bungalow. So the existing distance here, it's about 4.5 metres. Haven't got my glasses on, sorry. And this is about 5 metres. So overall, it's just over 10 metres between the properties, or I should say the existing property and the proposed property. And there are windows in the south-facing elevation of this building. So we're just showing some distances here. All these distances are in excess of 20 metres. The design guide recommends 22, but that's back to back, and these are actually back to flank and garden. So in terms of these relationships, these are considered acceptable. And then we have considered in some detail the relationship between this property and the proposed properties here, and overall we find that to be acceptable, hence the recommendation for approval. But this is just showing some distances, and I've got some splays here. I should say these are approximate locations of the existing windows on the basis of a floor plan, but you will still get glimpses out over the proposed development from some of the windows. This one here is the kitchen window, and as I've set out in my report, it would undeniably change the view from this kitchen window, but overall, officers consider that that's acceptable. Very quick slide on drainage. Should just say that we've had independent advice from WSP on this site, and they agree with the proposals to create it in this particular instance, with conditions reserving details of drainage for a later date. But overall, the principle of the drainage strategy, considering the site and its characteristics, is considered acceptable, and details will be reserved via condition. And then we are recommending approval in this instance.
Thank you, Sarah. So we have one public speaker against this application, and he is Colin Nutt, who is representing himself and his wife, who are owners of number 9 Rothermead. Where's our man? Sorry, we've lost our officer.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Colin Nutt. Myself and my wife own the bungalow at number 9 Rothermead. We've previously submitted our concerns in writing, which are published on the planning portal, which I'm sure the committee have reviewed. From the plans, you have noted that number 9 is receiving the greatest impact from this development, with both the access road and the close proximity of Plot 1 to our property. I wish today to discuss the access road. Our bungalow sits 1 metre lower and is 1 metre distant from the proposed access road, with a 30 centimetre wide stone retaining wall between. This means vehicles will be passing our property at less than 1.5 metres away at roof level. The submitted plans show no retaining wall. A 30 centimetre retaining wall would reduce the carriageway width to under 4 metres. There is no detail on what type of barrier will be constructed to protect our property, physically or acoustically, or who will have responsibility for any supporting wall or barrier in future. The proposed access is too narrow. It is unsighted for cars entering from Rothermead, particularly with cars parked along the curb. Cars exiting will not be able to see us leaving our drive. The waste collection truck is likely to refuse to go down the access road, with bins being left at the end of the road. A speed bump has been mentioned as traffic calming measure. This must not happen, as it would cause nuisance with noise, vibration, and possible damage to our property. There is no detail of construction traffic access. This must be from Station Road, as the proposed access road is entirely unsuitable. Regular access to the site has always been via Station Road, so there must be some permissible right-of-way or some agreement as people use that regularly. Construction traffic through the proposed access road will put an intolerable burden on us and the residents of Rothermead. We request the access road and its impact be understood in greater detail prior to any consent being given. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is in support of the application, and that is Katie Sharp, who is the agent.
Afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Katie Sharp. I'm the planning agent at Genesis Town Planning, speaking on behalf of the applicant, William Lacey Group. This is a well-considered and policy-compliant proposal for 9 dwellings on a site that is not only within the settlement boundary of Petworth, but is specifically allocated for housing under policy H8 of the Petworth Neighbourhood Plan. The principle of development has therefore already been firmly established. I would like to focus on 3 key points: the extensive engagement with the authority, the quality and benefits of the scheme, and how concerns raised have been addressed. Firstly, the scheme has been shaped through meaningful and ongoing consultation with officers at South Downs. The applicant has undertaken 2 rounds of pre-application discussions and engaged with the design review panel. The proposals have evolved in response to that feedback, including refinements to layout, materials, roof form, and the integration of sustainability measures. Officers have confirmed that these changes have resulted in a scheme that they can fully support. Secondly, the scheme delivers clear and tangible benefits. It will provide 9 high-quality homes, including 3 affordable units, contributing to local housing need in a sustainable location. The development has been carefully designed to reflect the traditional character of the area while also achieving high environmental standards. Importantly, the layout has been landscape-led, retaining and enhancing the existing hedgerows to create a softer edge to the settlement, in full accordance with the expectations of the neighbourhood plan. This ensures that the development integrates sensitively into Petworth and the wider national park. Finally, in terms of concerns raised by neighbours and consultees, these have been robustly addressed by the applicant in consultation with the case officer. Technical work, including a daylight sunlight assessment, updated transport information, demonstrates that the impact on neighbouring amenity and highway safety is within acceptable limits and fully supported by officers and the West Sussex County Highways. Where matters such as drainage and ecology require further detail, these are appropriately secured via condition. In conclusion, this is a policy-led development on an allocated site that has been positively shaped through collaboration with the South Downs. It delivers much-needed housing, including affordable provision, while respecting the character and purposes of the National Park. We therefore respectfully ask members to support the officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our public speakers. Janet.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, it's obviously a site that I know extremely well. And I think we've waited quite a while for some of these sites to come forward. It's in the neighbourhood plan, and the plan was for 10 there, but we've got 9, so hey-ho, you know, what's one here and there. However, I have to agree with the comments made with regard to the wall and the access. And I can't say that I can see that that will work at all. I just think if we approve this, Chairman, as it is in front of us today, we're just building up some big problems for the future with access and everything. I haven't obviously been involved in anything, but I don't know why there isn't any access coming in off of the A285 from Station Road in, but maybe there's a good reason. I haven't been party to it, so I don't know. However, I'm not at all happy with what is a cul-de-sac at the moment. That road is just going to be a problem for the future, especially with the refuse trucks is what I was trying to say, and vehicles like that, maybe even fire engines, whatever. Let's hope that never happens, but you know what I mean. And if there was support for me later on, after everybody's had their go, I'd really like to go back and see if something can't be done with regard to that access, Chairman, and ask for a deferment, but we'll see what other people have to say.
Shall we have a comment from the officer about the access and why it isn't coming off Station Road?
Yep. The applicant doesn't own that access, and they have no right of access over that portion of land, and that's why it's not coming off Station Road. The policy allows for it to come either off Station Road or off Rothermead.
Tim.
Chair, I think that's a really important last point, which is that the neighbourhood plan allocation envisaged it might well come from here. Have the discussion around the detail and the impacts, but it was always thought this would potentially be an access, and when the land was allocated by the neighbourhood plan, it was expected it would come this way for the reasons you've just heard.
Right. We on again? Somebody's on. Tim. Andrew.
Thank you. I don't know that we were otherwise aware of this possible entrance issue, but looking at the plan up there, that might be resolvable, bearing in mind that the applicant owns the house to the left of the entrance, and that there's a possible scope for regrading, repositioning the entrance. I obviously we haven't heard officers' views on how close it is, whether the issue is actually acceptable in planning terms, but nevertheless it looks as though there might be some scope for changing that. But I'll rest that here. But also, something I think a number of us are concerned about is the impact of numbers 1 and 2 on number 9. And there was some hope that there would be a possibility that 1 and 2 could be slightly moved, which, whilst it would still have some impact, it wouldn't have as great an impact. Anyway, we note that that hasn't happened, and I wonder if you've got any comment to make on it.
Sarah?
Yep. So during the course of the application, but before members went on site, there was some revisions. Let me just show you. Get the right page. So can you see this slide here with the blue line on? So we've got originally proposed and then revised. So during the course of the application, this building shifted away ever so slightly. But post-member site visit, I did raise concerns again with the applicant, but a conclusion was reached that we'd gone a long way through the process, and they did not want to change the layout at that juncture.
Okay. I think Paul was next.
Yeah, I was going to pick up this same issue of the access that Mr. Nutt has raised, and it does look, I mean, as Andrew said, we didn't really study that when we did the site visit, but it does look a bit of a mishmash, the way it comes off that cul-de-sac and seems to squeeze through. Are those parking spaces just before you enter the site? I just wondered, interested what Sarah has to say about Mr. Nutt's concerns about that access.
Sarah?
Yeah, I've got a slide I can talk to. In the first instance, I would say that the applicant has gone through pre-app and several iterations of consultation with the Highways Authority, who are satisfied that the access is safe and appropriate. I'm just going to show you the slide with a section that I have. Access, here we go. So this is a late slide from the applicant showing how this access would be created. So they are proposing to excavate here, and this is the boundary in the bungalow. This is the existing boundary line. What I would suggest to members is if they wanted to, they'd be open to add an amending condition seeking further details of the access. I have, as set out in the update sheet, noted that the boundary details, which we've already conditioned, should include explicitly the boundary treatments between the access road and number 9. But you could go further than that if you wished. I'll just take you to some photographs again, which will show you where it's proposing to come in. So I think they're quite helpful. She says. So you can just see in this image, this is the driveway. Lights, sorry. This is the driveway of number 9. And this is number 11. So number 11 is quite steeply up above number 9, and they have a sloping bank up here, and they kind of pull in at the moment and park here. And the access would go through their existing crossover and then run that way. I'll just go back to this section, try and explain it a bit more. So we've got swept path analysis. This is what the Highways Authority has seen and signed off. So they use this existing crossover here, new crossover. And then they come in, this is the existing property at 11 Rothermead. And they come in and there's 2 parking spaces proposed to serve this building here. They would take out this bank and then the access would come in here.
Thank you.
I like that.
John.
Thank you, Chairman. Whilst I don't want to redesign the site, and in principle, you're pleased about that, I agree with the layout in general. I have 2 concerns. And what I'd quite like to propose is that we delegate to our Director of Placemaking and our officers to talk to the agents and see if we can resolve 2 matters. The one matter being I'm back. Okay, the 2 matters. First, the access, which we've just been talking about, and the second being the proximity between Unit 1 and 2 on the proposals and number 9. Now, I've looked at it, and I'm absolutely certain there is another solution to actually give some more space between those units, even if it's by just changing the angle. There appears to be enough space to do it. I don't want to redesign it, but I do think we should ask our officers to actually look at that and come to an agreement with the applicant rather than us deferring the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions, if I may. Sarah stated that the rear-to-rear separation distances are 20 metres in our recommendations. And this is side to garden, so it doesn't have to comply with that 20-metre recommendation. Now, it's my understanding that a side-to-side or side-to-garden separation distance is about 12 to 15 metres. Can we confirm that? Because it's my understanding that we're looking at about 10 metres here, which is less than that recommendation. But I'm not sure if I've got that recommendation for 12 to 15 metres from our local plan and design guide, or whether it's from others that I've read. So just confirm.
Okay.
And I have another question after that, Chair.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Let's get some clarification on that first.
I'm not convinced there's any hard set rule. I think each case has to be considered on its merits with regard to its own particular elements, such as this one with regard to side-on-side relationships.
Okay. Okay, yep. Further comment? No? You've Sarah?
No, I was just going to add, it's the design guide that mentions it, and it specifically mentions the 20 metres as back-to-back, and it doesn't mention specifically side-to-side. There is a 12 metres in there, but that's in relation to daylight and sunlight, rather than overshadowing.
Okay, Stephen?
Okay, in which case, Chair, thanks for that clarification. So the fallback then is to look at the comments in paragraph 5.35, maybe 5.35, regarding proposals should not be unduly overbearing. Now, I think in this instance, that 10 metres, given the height is 8, rising to 10 metres of the adjacent property within 10 metres, that does, to my mind, constitute potentially overbearing. And I'm not comfortable with that, so I would support the comments from John Hyland about looking at this again. However, I'm not sure procedurally whether we can do that given the recommendation before us. The other question I have is regarding the point raised by Mr. Nutt and the 1 metre distance from the road, and I noted the inclusion of a rumble strip, which doesn't fill me with confidence regarding noise and nuisance disturbance from the road. But Ms. Sharp said that all of the concerns raised locally have been robustly addressed. So how has this element been addressed and assessed as okay in this application? Because I've not seen details around that in the documents.
Okay.
It's, as Rob has said, it's a judgment. So we have assessed the impacts as a judgment, but members are free to come to a different judgment from me.
Okay. Tom.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, public speakers, for coming today to speak. I just had one point in regards to access and the drop curb installation. It appears that there's no road markings on site. It's a kind of rhetorical question. What's stopping any private car user or car user from actually obstructing access, appearing that it's only a drop curb? Because there doesn't appear to be an access protection marking there currently. I just have concerns around emergency access. If it's only a drop curb, that means people can obstruct. Thank you.
Sarah.
It would have to be done via a 278 agreement with the local authority, Highways Authority.
Sarah, sorry, could you repeat that? We couldn't hear it.
It would have to be, the final detailed design of the access way into the site would have to be agreed with West Sussex County Council Highways as the Highway Authority. So that's how that would pan out.
Okay, thank you. Alan?
Yes, I mean, this is clearly a site with its local plan status and so forth that is appropriate for development for housing. But I have to say that I share 90%, as it were, of the view expressed by John Hyland that the act, because this is a full application, so we're talking about permitting the details, that there are unsatisfactory details, in particular in relation to how the houses in that, what I think is the eastern right-hand part of the site, interrelate to the bungalow property. What I'd like to say, because I don't want to be repetitive, is that although John Hyland suggested that some kind of improvement to that could be delegated to the officers, I would like to express the view that, fond though I am of the officers, that's not the right way to handle this. I think if the committee is concerned about this, we ought to defer this with the applicant needing to understand that the planning committee are very concerned about this point, and that it ought to come back before this committee, I'm afraid. That's my view, and what I would propose, in order that the orientation stroke positioning of those houses which are, as it were, directly in front, more or less directly in front of the bungalow, be reconsidered and tweaked appropriately.
Okay, thank you.
Before a permission is given.
Yes.
And any improvements that are possible to the access arrangement.
Okay, we'll deal with that as a proposal shortly. Just see if we've got some more comments. Janet?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd be the first member here to criticise anyone who started trying to redevelop a site that we've got in front of us, say, please judge the site that you've got, you can't replan it. However, I'm going to just make a little comment. It seems to me...
You're just going to do exactly
and
that.
I'm far be it from me to put forward this as a suggestion, but it seems to me it would have been very simple to have moved what my father would have called the third-wise of as number 1 and 2, so that they weren't straight in front of the bungalow. But hey-ho, that's just me thinking. I would be happy to go along with Alan's suggestion,
Thank you.
Chairman.
Do we have any more comments then? So, Paul.
Well, Alan was particularly focusing his comment on the orientation of that 1 and 2, but I think the access should form part of that reconsideration.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Tim wants to have a comment.
Thank you, members, and thank you for the clear steer and can understand. And notwithstanding the final point, I think it would be wrong if we didn't say that there's more chance around the relationship between plot 1 and 2 and the bungalow in relation to judgments, values and movements than the access, because we are very much guided by the Highways Authority. You've seen the level of detail that's already going. It's not that we won't have a go. I just thought we should let you know where it's likely that changes can be affected.
Yes, I think we understand the relationship with the county highways. Andrew?
Yes. Firstly, I'd like to second Alan's proposal. You haven't asked for a seconder yet, but
No, I
but the other
we haven't clarified it yet, or
but
worded it.
but the other point is also that at some point this will come in front of us again, and probably with some of the conditions unchanged, most of the conditions unchanged. And I was going to comment that condition 14, there needs to be the inclusion of the word in writing in it, which is usually 14? Almost done automatically, but on that instance it isn't.
Condition 14 about parking in highways.
Approved in writing.
Ah. Okay, that's fine. Yep, okay. So, Daniel. I keep trying to go to this.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, just
That's
one
all right.
very quick point, related point of clarification. Hopefully it has a clear answer. Will refuse trucks and fire engines be able to come onto site, turn around and come out again, or does the risk arise that that refuse trucks will not? In which case, what arrangements would be made for bin collection?
That would be part of the county highways assessment, and if they couldn't, then they wouldn't be accepting it as satisfactory.
Oh, yep, hang on. I'll just show you the tracking diagram, which hopefully will... Why is it... Sorry, that's not the tracking one. There we go. So, yes, it can.
Right. Alan, would you like to word your proposal?
Madam Chairman, I would like to propose a deferment in order that further consideration be given, well, essentially for the reason, I'm
Yes.
proposing essentially that the wording of the deferment be delegated to our, I think he's called Director of Placemaking these days, in consultation with you, Madam Chairman, to achieve those points in relation in particular to the positioning of the easternmost houses on the proposal, but also as far as practicable to any improvement which can be achieved in the detail of the access arrangement. And I take Tim Slaney's point that that may be a less malleable point than the other one, but the precise wording of the deferment, I think, can be delegated in that way, and Becky Mooch is nodding, so that's what I'd like to propose.
Thank you. May I have a seconder to that proposal, please? That's Andrew, thank you. And a show of hands to support that proposal. And against? And deferred, thank you. Abstention is the word I'm looking for. Thank you. So that proposal is going to be put in. That is the outcome of that application. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Right, 5 to 1. What's next? North Marden Farm. Should we do North Marden Farm? Committee, I'm just proposing that we should have lunch. Is that an acceptable proposal to one and all? We will reconvene in half an hour. Let us reconvene. So we come now to item number 9 on the agenda, which is North Marden Farm, North Marden. Oh, yes.
Madam Chairman, yeah, if I can just, if I'd been quicker off the mark this morning, I could have said this before, but it's a sort of declaration of a non-prejudicial interest. I have noted the point that Marden Parish, in which North Marden is situated, is the neighbouring civil parish to the one where I live, Stoughton. But they are, the whole of Marden and my parish, and indeed one other civil parish, are in the same ecclesiastical parish, and it tends to be regarded as the same patch by locals. And I also have, in fact, in the past, had conversations with Mr. Edward Cottrell, one of our speakers, about planning matters in a general sense, but not about this present case or anything to do with this present case. So it's just a non-prejudicial declaration. It doesn't stop me participating as normal.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask Richard Ferguson now to take us through the report. Please, Richard.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon. Before I start my presentation, I would like to draw members' attention to the update sheet in relation to item 9. I won't run through it. Hopefully all is self-explanatory, and happy to answer any questions. So for the purposes of my presentation, I will be covering site and surroundings, introducing the proposals, and addressing the main considerations borne out of the report in regard to principle of development, landscape impact, and weighing that against consultee advice and the benefits, context such as the partnership management plan, and third-party representations. Key development plan policies, SD1, 4, 5, 25 and 39, 39 being particularly pertinent in regard to new agricultural buildings. So as members will recall on the site visit, we stood, I think, in front of the fertiliser tower here and looked out across the site. This is looking southwards down through the site. And the site extends up the hill beyond the power lines there. It covers approximately 4.4 hectares. As you can see, it's an arable field, and the land slopes down towards East Marden Road, which is on the opposite side of this hedgerow, and the land also slopes down to the southern boundary down here. Oh, sorry, in the other photograph shows it in the opposite direction. You can see the orange arrow on my site plan there that just reinforces the sloped topography. East Marden Road is on the other side of that hedgerow, and of course you can see the fertiliser storage there. Just in terms of other specific viewpoints, again, these are shown on the site plan there. This is the southern site boundary, and we'll see in a moment on the proposed layout that this would be supplemented, and new tree planting is proposed in here along with the proposed suds basin. Here you have the eastern site boundary, now demarcated by a new native hedgerow, I think of about some 250 or 260 metres long. That's along the green arrow there. This photo is taken from as you come around the bend, having gone through North Marden and heading south towards the site. You can see the access there, and just wanted to show you that particular bend, and then you have a bit more of a close-up view of that access. As I'll show in the layout, the access is proposed to be widened, but by and large retained. And then that is the view looking down East Marden Road alongside the site. Just for wider context, the site is about 320 metres south of North Marden, which has a conservation area, and just underneath the blue is a red dot highlighting the Grade 1 listed 12th century Church of St. Mary. Also, you can see the dotted purple lines indicating public rights of way in the vicinity, or in the wider vicinity, I should say, of the site. And as you can see, there's no immediate footpath running through the site in particular. I have walked a number of these public rights of way, and I have some photos to make an assessment of the application, including a route that goes through the hedge line here, which doesn't seem to be shown on the mapping. There's no ecological designations, but the site is within a wider source protection zone in particular, and that relates to condition 16 regarding drainage as well. So in terms of those wider footpaths, I wanted to show members 2 vantage points in particular, because I think these are the most pertinent versus all other footpaths that I've walked where you get glimpses through hedgerow or partial views of the site. The top photo is taken from Appledown, which is approximately 1.3 kilometres away, and that's the red arrow on the site there. I would say the site is seen in much wider panoramic views, and you can just about make out the fertiliser tower underneath my red dot there, which is about 7 metres high. From this vantage point, I don't think that necessarily draws the eye to the site, and certainly you can see other development from this elevated vantage point, whether it's North Marden itself, and you can just about make out the spire of the church there, as well as a farmstead further south on your right-hand side. The church is also about 1.6 kilometres away. The lower photo is taken from a public right-of-way lower down at Appledown, and again, the site is here, but it starts to be screened by this boundary, field boundary here. And as you progressively walk down the public footpath, the views very much vary, but I think this is one of the higher views, and you do lose the sight to a degree as you walk along that public right-of-way. Also think it's pertinent, I will be coming on to elevations in a moment, which looks at muted colours and tones that would hopefully help the proposed buildings assimilate into that wider landscape. So looking at the specific proposals before members, we have 3 barns, a grain store, workshop, and a hay store, the grain store being the largest. They're arranged around a yard area with open storage here, and then, a yard area and open storage for machinery just south of the grain store. It's retaining the existing access, albeit wider. I think the existing is about 3.5, 4 metres, whereas this is about 6. And that would lead down into a new track into the farmyard. We have a new suds pond proposed in the lowest and very southern part of the site. Behind the buildings, there is some regrading of the land, and I've got some cross-sections to show you. But areas further south, look to retain that grading topography of the site as far as possible. And also you have new planting, which is all the greenery here. I should also point out that the grain store, this elevation facing the road is some 30 metres, and it's 10 metres set back from the road. This is the hay store, which is 9.5 metres high, and that's about 36 metres set back from the road. So here's the proposed grain store. It's the largest building on site, as I said. It has a square meterage of about 770 square metres with a capacity for 1,000 tonnes of grain, 30 metres long by 25 wide and 10.4 high. In terms of the materials, they're proposing concrete panels at ground level with timber cladding above, and a corrugated fibre cement roof, which would be anthracite grey. The hay store employs similar materials and obviously would be used to store hay. I have had some further insight into its use, and that whilst an open downland traditional farming approach is proposed by the applicants with outside lambing, the hay store may, at irregular times, be used to corral perhaps some of the weaker lambs for a temporary period, you know, keeping them amongst hay bales, for instance. But its primary use, I should emphasise, is a hay store. It would also have an open frontage, so these aren't roller shutters. The workshop itself would be the smallest building on the eastern side of the site. Same materials, and that would hold seed or fertiliser, shearing equipment, machinery, and be a bit of a workshop space for rural work, for the farm workers. It would have solar panels on the roof, as you can see. There would be a welfare facility in the workshop as well, a loo and a wash basin. That's not shown on the plans here, but I think that could be covered by the foul drainage condition once they work out the practicalities in the event permission's granted. So looking at the cross sections through the site, so this top cross section is running through here, and you can see that there is some regrading. That's the access there. So there is some regrading here, and the proposals involve a levelling of the site. So as the yard is a large levelled area for operational reasons. The land is proposed to be cut into east to west. So this is the workshop building here, and the existing ground level would be cut to about 3 metres into the field in order to create that level yard. And on the left-hand side, on that western side, that's 2 metres adjacent to the road. And that photo just perhaps shows you an indication of that regrading through there. The cross-section here shows East Marden Road, and again I've included a photo just to help try and provide context. I think because the barn would be set down by 2 metres, the actual height of the grain store from the road would actually appear lower. So although it's 10.4 metres high, were you to measure it from the car as a good point of reference, it's 8.5 metres at that point. And 8.5 is, to help you envisage it, 8.5 is about a typical modern 2-storey dwelling, albeit, you know, a barn, it has a lot different scale and massing and the like, but hopefully that comparison helps just with height. The other thing I should point out is the barn would also be set back 10 metres from the road, and then the hay store would equally, you know, be set back from the road, and that's much further at 36. So it's not a case that both barns would be hard up against the hedgerow boundary. So in terms of the overriding justification and the overall benefits versus the landscape harm, which is, if we look at perhaps the top 4 bullet points of the landscape officer's consultee response at paragraph 4.8, you know, whilst they recognise there's some farming need, in principle they very much consider that the proposed site is unsuitable, and they contend that that landscape harm outweighs. Yeah, okay, thank you. And the consultee raises concerns about the long-term land management benefits are not dependent upon this particular site, and that landscape harm outweighs the benefits that the site and the development might offer the farm enterprise. I think in response to that, the assessment in section 7 of the report balances some of those considerations with SD 39 in particular. But turning to those bullet points you can see there, what we have is a 450 acre farm that was an off-lying arable area of a much larger holding, centred further west. That was the land was formerly exclusively, intensively arable farming with some grass lays to feed livestock off-site. But what's now proposed is perhaps a more balanced mix of arable and livestock. And that farming mix is at paragraph 7.1 of the report, which sets out that current balance between the two activities, which was requested during the course of the application. And I think what those figures show is that the buildings are commensurate with that need, and that's a key element of SD 39. So, for instance, the grain store is proposed to house 1,000 tonnes, and that corresponds with the figures that have been provided. And also the hay store has a capacity for 3,240 metres of hay, and it's actually acknowledged that that's below operationally what they might need, but they consider it manageable in order to try and have a commensurate scale of development that doesn't have an unduly significant landscape impact. The farm was separated and purchased in 2024 without any existing buildings. This proposal seeks to create a new farming sort of hub for the to create a proposed traditional open downland farming with the aim to reduce chemical fertilizers, sprays, improve soil health, as well as long-term soil resistance for climate change, improving biodiversity and sustainable food production. I think those long-term benefits are very much elements to take into consideration. And the wider ecological and landscape enhancements proposed as part of the scheme at 7.2 to 7.4 are also pertinent. I think overall as well, the buildings are not uncharacteristic with modern large-scale farm buildings in a typical farmstead arrangement, and they've also been set within the lower valley slopes. Concern has also been raised by consultees that the applicant should work with officers and look at alternative sites. There was no pre-application advice, but that's not a mandatory requirement. And what has been presented to us is an assessment of other sites across the holding, and those are indicated on the plan there, sites 1 to 8. I mean, certainly the representations query the robustness, but I think it's a reasonable assessment and quite balanced and covers many of the aspects in site selection that you can see listed there. I mean, each site has its potential trade-offs, but I think the proposals offer the best in regard to some of those considerations. And then finally, in regard to the overarching considerations, the principle of development is covered under ST 25 and 39 in the report. I think the partnership management plan is also a pertinent material consideration. It's newly adopted and sets out a broad range of supportive measures to support the farming economy and farming businesses, whether that's in sustainable food production, nature recovery, and the like, and biodiversity. So I think that's a good material consideration that's informed the recommendation. And then in terms of landscape and design, we acknowledge it's a greenfield site with tranquil, low-density settlement pattern, but however it is in the lower valley topography and woodland adjacent to it also reduces its visual impact. Yes, it's most visible along the road and there are some distant elevated views, but they are modern agricultural barns typical of a farmed landscape. We don't think they're incongruous. And also through amended plans, it has become a more compact farmstead, which also has sought to reduce the amount of cut and fill as well. And in those respects as well, the need justified under SD 39 and the contended benefits outweigh the landscape impact, which is also mitigated through some of the planting. Other matters are listed there, which I won't go into, but they are covered in the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Richard. We have 3 speakers against this application, and the first one is Edward Cottrell, who is representing objectors from Marden Parish.
Chair, members, my name is Edward Cotter. I live in East Marden, near the proposed site. I want to show you, using only the applicant's own documents, that the agricultural need required by policy SD39 has not been demonstrated. This farm has operated for years without a single building. The previous owners apparently remain as the applicant's contractors. Their existing buildings, equipment and grain drying facilities could be used by the applicants. Beyond that, third-party grain cooperatives, contract farming and shared machinery arrangements are the standard model for holdings of this size across the South Downs. No evidence has been provided that any of these alternatives were even considered. And the applicants themselves have no demonstrated prior farming experience, yet the officer's report accepts their assertions of need without any independent verification. To put the scale in context, a neighbouring 750-acre holding operates successfully with just 450 square metres of covered storage. These applicants propose 1,493 square metres for a 450-acre farm, more than 3 times the storage for a farm that is 40% smaller. DEFRA guidance suggests 600 to 800 square metres would be typical. 3 documents give 3 different numbers. The planning statement says 1,000 sheep, the farming note says 800, and the response note says 400. If the applicants cannot agree on how many sheep they will keep, how can the scale of the buildings possibly be commensurate with the need? Put all 3 buildings together, 1,493 square metres, just 7 below the 1,500 square metre GPDO ceiling. If each were independently sized to genuine need, what are the odds that 3 separate calculations would land exactly 7 square metres below a regulatory threshold? The buildings have been sized from the ceiling downwards, not from need upwards. SD39 also requires the site to be the best suited available. The applicant's own site selection exercise rejected a superior alternative on the B2141, a site with direct road access and no narrow lane issues. And your own landscape consultee says the site they did pick is unsuitable. No business plan, no financial viability assessment, no independent agricultural appraisal, SD39 is not met. And because SD25 only permits development in the open countryside where agricultural need is demonstrated, SD25 fails with it. 19 objections means half the households in the parish objected and nobody voted in favour. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next objector is Anne Judd, who is representing objectors from Marden Parish.
This. Okay. Okay, do I have to touch anything? Okay, off I go. Okay. Right, Madam Chairman, members, my name is Anne Judd. I live in East Marden. I want to show you that 5 further policies are breached. 2 statutory consultees formally object or contradict your officer. Starting with SD19, transport, the applicant's own transport statement confirms that Long Lane is 3 to 3.5 metres wide. Their own swept path drawing shows the combine harvester is 3.9 metres wide. A 3.9 metre machine cannot travel along a 3.5 metre lane. This is not a planning judgment, it's a physical impossibility. Furthermore, no analysis exists for the approach along the lanes. The Highways Authority never visited. They dealt with this as a desk exercise under their small-scale protocol. SD19 is not met. SD4, landscape character. Your own landscape consultee objects. She says this development would introduce built form, causing a permanent, unmitigable impact, where development is rarely perceived. She identifies the site as unsuitable. At paragraph 7.27, your officer concedes the buildings would be prominent from East Marden Road, and then waves that concession away because they look like barns. But SD4 doesn't ask whether they look like barns, it asks whether they conserve and enhance landscape character. Your own expert says that they do not. SD4 is not met. SD7, tranquility. The officer dismisses this at paragraph 7.34. But no noise assessment has been submitted. The application provides no information whatsoever about grain drying operations, vehicle maintenance, or the intensity of harvest season activity. Environmental health's no objection is based on no data because no data was provided. Your own landscape consultee specifically identifies harm to tranquility both visually and audibly. SD7 is not met. SD8, dark night skies. This site is in the core zone E0, the highest dark sky protection in the International Dark Sky Reserve. No light spill assessment, no lux contour plan, no modelling of vehicle headlights. The officer proposes a condition after approval, but SD8 requires demonstration before approval. SD8 is not met. Finally, flood risk. On the 12th of March 2026, after the officer's report was written, the lead local flood authority formally objected. They classified this as major development on size. They said no adequate flood risk assessment had been submitted and the drainage strategy is insufficient. 5 specific requirements, each marked further information is required. We now note that their advice has now at the 11th hour apparently changed, but their assessment that this is a permanent major development has not. 2 statutory consultees now formally object or contradict the officer. Thank you.
Thank you. And the third speaker against this application is Ian Partridge, who is representing himself. Oh, sorry. Partington, I beg your pardon.
Thank you, Chair. Members, my name's Ian Partington. I live in East Marden, and I want to walk you through this report. 19 objectors provided over 70 pages of extremely detailed, evidence-based objections. This report compresses them into bullet points and then studiously ignores them. The applicant's one supporter, a Councillor Potter, is singled out and named. Why? He's not a local councillor, he's their councillor. He submits a single page of generic, evidence-free assertion, and your officer's summary of it is virtually as long as the letter itself. Why has this one voice been elevated when 19 truly local households have been reduced to bullet points? Paragraph 722. The officer concludes this is not major development. How? SD3 turns on nature, scale, setting and impact on park purposes. 3 buildings totalling almost 1,500 square metres, up to 10.5 metres high, hard standing yards, suds basin, ground levels lowered, new access track, the gate widened, parking laid out for 18 cars for supposedly 2 workers. On a greenfield site, the officer himself at 724 calls high tranquility and a strong sense of remoteness. The lead local flood authority classifies it as major on size. Your own call-in direction acknowledges significant potential impact on natural beauty, wildlife and heritage. If this is not major, the threshold has no meaning. Now to the executive summary. At paragraph 715, the officer states he is satisfied there is a need, but he doesn't cite on what basis, and the only material before him on need came from the applicants themselves. And remember, they're property developers, they're not farmers. He says scale is commensurate, but we've shown it isn't, and no independent report agrees with him. He says alternatives were considered. The barns are not unduly incongruous. The site reasonably well contained. The impact's not so significant. All lifted straight from the applicants. The executive summary doesn't independently evaluate their case. It parrots it, and it ignores 2 statutory consultees and all the neighbours. Under Section 245 of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act, this authority must now seek to further the purposes of the National Park, not merely have regard to them. And where those purposes conflict, the statute requires you to attach greater weight to the purpose of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty, wildlife and cultural heritage of the park. Approving development that your own landscape expert says causes permanent, unmitigable harm to that very purpose cannot be reconciled with that duty. I should add that these objections carry the benefit of legal advice, and a decision to approve on this evidence would be unsafe. SD 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 19, 25, 39 and 50 are not met. This is a property development play. There's no agricultural need. Thank you.
Thank you. And we now have one speaker in support of the application, who is Natalie Fellows, the planning consultant representing the applicant.
This proposal is for 3 agricultural buildings, a grain store, a hay straw barn and a workshop building. The sheep enterprise at North Marden is based on outdoor grazing and lambing on free draining chalk soils, which is bringing back a traditional downland system. The hay barn is for feed storage and to support animal welfare when needed, including temporary straw bale sheltering. Lambing currently takes place outside and the flock is managed through rotational grazing as part of a mixed regenerative system. This is a 450-acre farm which, despite its size, currently has no operational buildings other than the liquid fertiliser tank. This reflects its historic use as an off-lying arable block linked to a different holding in West Harting. The proposed barns are needed to provide an operational hub so it can operate efficiently. 1,000 tonnes of grain storage, a workshop and a covered hay storage. The officer reports accepts that sufficient justification has been provided for both the need and the scale of the buildings. We also looked carefully at alternative locations across the holding. These were considered and tested against operational efficiency, landscape and visual impact, ecology, heritage, open access land, and crossed by public rights of way, poor access, and engineering or security constraints. The selected site was chosen because it provides the best overall balance. It's central to the farm, lower in the landform, close to existing fertiliser tank, water source, and existing access, and the most appropriate form from a landscape perspective. The layout and landscaping were refined through engagement with officers. The farm is moving from an intensive arable-only use towards a mixed regenerative farming model, permanent pasture, herbal lays, rotational grazing, reduced artificial inputs, restored hedgerows and habitat creation. The proposal aligns with the Partnership Management Plan objectives by supporting a land-based business, promotes sustainable land management, conservation grazing and nature recovery. This proposal provides the farm infrastructure to support this process. If refinement is needed to the basin design or sub-specification, officers are clear that these are capable of being dealt with by conditions. This could include a bioretention pond and ensure water quality and bring biodiversity benefits. We should also note that there are no objections from the Hire Authority on the proposals or the Environmental Health Officer. In planning terms, this is a well-justified agricultural proposal for a genuine operational need on the best available site for both landscaping, B&G, drainage matters are capable of being appropriately controlled by condition. We therefore respectfully ask members to support the officer recommendation and grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. So we now open the debate to members. Members. Andrew.
Well, somebody seems to have to start on this, but I think we were probably quite surprised to hear what we heard from the 3 objectors. I suspect there's some information there we weren't previously aware of. Certainly, speaking for myself, I wasn't. One of the things that does concern me, and I do want to ask by way of a question as well as a comment, is that with my history of looking at similar sort of applications at Chichester District Council when I was on the Planning Committee, there was an agricultural advisor who used to give independent advice and assessments. And it doesn't appear that that individual or similar has been approached for this, because we've heard comments along the lines of need and justification, etc., etc. We've also had this discrepancy of a number of livestock that are on the farm, but however great the number or small the number, there's always a need for some facility to restrain those animals, either in the wider sense, in fields, with gates, etc., which are not in themselves a planning issue in most instances, but do obviously would have a bearing on this, but also in when it comes to undertaking work to look after them, which would mean handling equipment, which would probably be at this site. Certainly the history of the site is that the previous barns for this farm, before it became part of the larger unit, which has been referred to on a number of occasions at West Harting, those barns were sold off about 10 to 15 years ago. They were sold to a developer in North Marden itself. So there were barns in North Marden which previously served the unit, which admittedly, of course, is not within the last 5 years, but it puts a historic context into what's happening here. But it is, those are really issues which I wasn't going to bring up until I was alerted to them just now. Two things I was going to ask or draw attention to, and one we've had by way of the update sheet was, it was the water extraction issue from the Chilgrove borehole, which is 2.5 miles away as the crow flies from the site, was raised as something which needed some clarification, and that appears to have been clarified. But we've heard a lot about excavation of both the site for the buildings to take them lower in relation to the views in and out of the site, and also excavation of the suds. But there's no indication what's going to happen to the excavated soil, because I can't see any sign of anywhere being built up within the site. And I'm sure that issue has probably been addressed, but I'm currently not aware of it. So those are my two extra points. But otherwise, as I say, I'll be interested to hear what others might have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Would you like to respond to those two, Richard?
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of the source protection zone, I think that's been clarified through certainly the consultees we've been receiving comments from, so from the Environment Agency, who explicitly set out that they're very cognizant of that designation and raised no objection subject to condition, and that feedback is translated into condition 16. In terms of the excavation on the site, I would draw members' attention to condition 17, which relates to a construction management plan, and criterion O details a requirement for a scheme for recycling, disposing of waste resulting from construction works. So I think that would incorporate soil as a waste, so we would look at that.
You want to come back?
Well, yes. I mean, obviously, under normal circumstances, I would suggest that if quite a large amount of soil was going to be moved from the site, and if it was going to be potentially put elsewhere, it might be something which would be put in front of the committee for decision, instead of which we are agreeing to a condition which might mean it's removed entirely from the site, or it's put somewhere else on the 450-acre unit, which of course would be preferable because you wouldn't incur, cost-wise it would be cheaper, but also you wouldn't run into any potential extra costs involved in taxes or levies.
Paul?
Well, like Andrew, I was intrigued to hear what the public speakers had to say. It's a great part of the process to hear that. Particularly the questions raised by the first speaker, Mr. Cottrell, about the need for this investment. I mean, my view had been, maybe still is, that if someone is willing to make an investment of this scale, there is evidently a need. That's the way our market economy works. So I'm intrigued as to what could be the purpose of making such a significant investment in an agricultural enterprise if there is no need. What could be what's the point of doing it if there's no need? I just don't. If the case officer could comment on that, I'd be intrigued.
Richard.
Thank you, Chairman. Absolutely, we've been looking at need, and through the course of the application, when amending the plans before you, we did challenge the applicant on that need, and at the time of that submission, an additional farming note was provided. And it did consider that, both in terms of having a look at the DEFRA guidance, which one of the public speakers mentioned. So did have a look at that. Took into account, what was presented to us, and that overall need is set out in the report, particularly the table at 7.1. I think there was no reason to necessarily dispute that any further. We had that, information, and we take it into consideration with how the application's presented to us. Going to one of the speakers about the independent appraisal, at times we do look at that. It tends to be more for agricultural workers' dwellings in the main than anything else. But that's a sort of irregular consultant that we bring in. I think at this point we were satisfied with the level of information provided.
Okay. Alan?
Yes, I must admit I am more concerned about this proposal than I initially thought I was going to be. Clearly, in an agricultural area, it's going to, even in a national park, it's going to come up that agricultural buildings are needed. But this is a particularly remote patch of the South Downs, it's almost a sort of plateau between in that part of the Downs, two main ridges. The main ridge, which includes Harting Down, and the main line of the Downs above Harting, which is to the north of this, and then another ridge in that part of the Downs, which is further south and actually goes through the parish where I live. And this is a sort of very remote plateau, and I'm not surprised at the point that was made that this is absolutely up there in terms of dark night skies and so forth. Because although the site itself is not on, as it were, on the very hilly bits of the Downs, it's on this sort of somewhat, I may be geologically wrong, but it seems to me like a sort of plateau area of rather higher ground between those two main ridges. And when we've got the situation that our landscape advice is an objection, and we've got quite serious concerns or doubts over whether there really is a justification for new buildings on this scale, as I say, in a location which is quite well outside the village or settlement, and that's in the middle of nowhere in common parlance, then one would want to have the feeling, that there really was a very clear justification, that it really had been fitted in to the landscape in the best way that could be achieved. And I know we've got to consider this proposal rather than dream up hypothetical other ones, but I must admit at the moment I'm feeling rather uneasy about being persuaded to permit this.
Thank you.
And somewhat inclined against.
Thank you. Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 points that I would like to question. The first has been addressed by officers prior to the meeting when I raised technical questions ahead of the meeting, and I thank officers for that response. That's been translated into the update sheet, and I think bullet point 13 on the final page, so condition 16.13, where there's a requirement for written confirmation to support the technical information of any necessary environmental permit for the discharge of waste ground to water in relation to protection of the aquifer. I would just like to confirm who that written confirmation is coming from. Because if it's from the applicant or the applicant's agent, then that raises some concerns, because I've already seen the comments and the assertions from the applicants. And I must say I disagree with those statements made quite considerably, as do Chichester District Council in their response dated December 2025, and the subsequent response from the applicant to that concern regarding drainage hasn't been addressed in their response. So the whole question around drainage and aquifer protection is one that's concerning me quite significantly. So I'd like to confirm who the written response will be coming from, i.e. a statutory agency is my preference. And my second point regards lighting. Obviously there's an ecological impact of lighting. The tranquility question is also being raised. And we don't have a lighting plan, has been stated with this application. Now, I know that's in a condition, but it's pretty standard for us to have a lighting plan for a development as standard. Now, I can't remember the last time we saw a major development that didn't come with a lighting plan. Yet in a location that's core dark night skies, we don't have one. And related to that is the comment from the Highway Authority saying they don't have an objection. Now, lighting would play a significant role regarding the road that runs adjacent to that farm. If there was strong lighting spilling from the site onto that sharper bend, that may well be something the Highways Agency would be interested in. So I'm not sure why we don't have a lighting plan. So if I could get some answers on those 2 points, Chair, that would be helpful. Thank you.
John. Richard.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Stephen. We would consult the Environment Agency as a matter of course for condition 16. With the breadth of criteria in that condition, we would also consult the Lead Flood Authority and the district drainage engineer as well, and most likely the ecologist based on the SUDS basin creation and some of the benefits that might accrue from that. But in terms of statutory, yeah, we would consult the Environment Agency for sure. In terms of lighting, we do in fact have a lighting plan that was submitted, and that's it there. The proposals involve lighting on the buildings themselves. You can see the blue dots there, and it's directly onto the yard rather than out onto the highway, and it's 2 out of the 3 buildings that are proposed. I think that gives us reasonable comfort to then condition that, and we would ensure that that spec met the Dark Night Skies technical advice note that we've adopted in regard to lumens, shielding of upward light spill and the like.
Okay, thank you. Antonia.
I think we have to remember that the South Downs landscape is a farmed landscape for much of its extent, and I'm quite sympathetic to the regenerative farming aspirations that are set out here. That seems to be very much consistent with our partnership management plan and with our policies generally. If you farm, you probably do need buildings, and we've heard from Andrew Shaxton that under a previous ownership of this holding, there were barns, and it just seems evident from the statement of need in Table 1 that there is a need. I mean, I hear from the public speaker that it's oddly close to a regulatory limit in the size that's being asked for here, but that may not be significant. It seems to me very clear from what we're given in Table 1 that there is a need. It's a need for agricultural buildings in what is mostly a farmed landscape. I think we've had some useful reassurance on the lighting and the drainage, and I'm minded to support this one.
Thank you. John.
Thank you, Chairman. Notwithstanding the fact that we have an objection from our landscape officer and our design officer, I actually think the location is probably okay, given the space that they want to build in terms of the farm itself. I think the layout's all right, actually, and I think they've done what they can about reducing the size and the massing of the buildings, given that those are the size of the buildings that they feel they need. I'm a bit concerned about the justification, but I'm with Antonia here that, it's a farming practice that I don't know in detail, so I can't really comment.
Thank you. Andrew.
Yes, we've seen the lighting layout drawing, which was just been on the screen. One thing I'm not clear of is whether these 3 barns have windows in the roof, that is perspex windows which obviously let light into the building, natural light into the building. It doesn't show that they do. But in any case, if you're going to be lambing or have young lambs in the hay barn at any point, as was pointed out by the applicant, you're going to have artificial light because, of course, that what they do and when you need to go and look after them can take place at any time of day or night. So I was going to comment that those barns will be built as seen. They will not be built, they will not have roof lights put in them at a later day, because if they do and there's light flooding out from inside, that could cause more trouble than the relatively restrained downlighters, which might be on the fronts of the buildings. I'd like clarification, please.
Richard.
As we see in the elevations here, no roof lights are currently proposed. Just to clarify, they're the vents that you see there, but there's no roof lights presently proposed on the buildings.
Okay, thank you. Daniel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a simple point of clarification that will help me put the assessment of need into context. Can you confirm that the applicants are the operators of the farm?
Yes, I believe so. It would be a family-run business.
Thank you. Any more? Are we coming to a... Oh, did you want to speak?
Chair, thank you. No, it's been a really interesting debate. I think from our perspective, I'm just going to try and address the question of sort of the location and the landscape impact. And our resultant assessment is that it is a mosaic and a patchwork, as has been described, of villages and hamlets, albeit relatively exposed on a plateau, with intermixed farm buildings seen. And some of those views you looked at, you're going to see them like that. You see the odd farm building in there. Some are quite small, some are quite large. They've emerged over time as farming practices have changed and will continue to do so, but they don't dominate in the way that perhaps is being assessed by some of our colleagues. And that is your judgment. But I'm really just coming in at this stage to say, in terms of the landscape impact from various receptors and the public rights of way, our view is that given that it's supplying farm buildings, which is very typical in the area and has gone for generations to make that landscape, on balance, it's reasonable to be recommending this to yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. That's helpful. Andrew?
I don't know how others feel, but when we started this debate, I did point out that I'd been involved in previous planning applications on items which were not as great in scale as this, which involved changes to farming practice, increases in farm buildings, etc., which were looked at by an independent expert on behalf of the planning authority, and that independent expert was, well, actually used to turn up to the planning committee meetings, and this, in order that they could be cross-examined in the way that we've cross-examined officers, in a manner of speaking, today. And therefore, I am proposing that this is deferred for that opinion, for an opinion to be sought, because we've been listening to the applicant's needs. In many cases, we've been taking the applicant's need as gospel, which under many circumstances would be okay, but arguably not in these, and therefore that's my proposal.
That's a proposal, ladies and gentlemen. Stephen? Right. In that case, we have a proposal in front of us. Would you like to repeat it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. As far as I understand, that's a proposal for deferral so that an opinion can be sought from a relevant professional, specifically on the question of need. Is that correct, Andrew?
Yes. Yes, need in the sort of in the necessary sense of the word. Obviously, it's the issues we've covered. I trust that the officers are aware of the points which have been made and some of the concerns which have been expressed. Indeed, as a result of that examination. Other issues might crop up, but obviously they'll be taken into consideration and reported back to us at a future meeting.
Okay, you content with that? Paul?
I'd like to oppose deferral. I think we've got all the information we need from our officers. We should trust our officers and allow this to proceed now. I think the balance of opinion is in favour.
Well, we've got a proposal on the table and we need to vote on it. Daniel, are you adding?
Well, yes, just once. It would be good, I think, to hear quickly from the officers on the practicality of such an exercise before we vote on it.
Do you have a comment? An opinion?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, practically, we can do this. Andrew has mentioned previous occasions when we have, but the text that supports the policy that says it should be established that there is a need does qualify it in some ways in relation to the nature and scale of what's being proposed and its relevance to national park purposes and duty. That's in the local plan, and our view is that the nature and scale of it is appropriate in the context of how it serves the purposes and duty of the national park. But that is a judgment for yourselves.
Okay. So we have a proposal on the table, proposed by Andrew and seconded by Stephen, and we need to vote on that proposal. Are we all clear what the proposal is? Yes, for deferral to this, for advice to be taken on the size and the nature and the style and the requirement for these buildings. May I have a show of hands for that deferral, please? And against? So that's not carried. So we now go to the proposal. May we have it up on the screen, please? Thank you. The recommendation is that planning permission be granted, subject to the conditions in paragraph 9, and we haven't had any extra conditions proposed by anybody, have we? Oh, we have, yes, the update sheet. Apart from the update sheet, yes. Nothing else. So may I have a proposer and a seconder for that recommendation, please? Paul, thank you. And Antonia. And a show of hands to accept that recommendation. And against? 1. And abstentions? 2. 3. 3. Thank you. That was 3. So that planning permission is permitted. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. So move now to item 10, which is Woodsyard land east of Rose Cottage, Rackham. So I'm going to ask Philippa now to take us through the report.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. I'll try and be concise. The application proposes the change of use of an existing stable and adjoined outbuilding to form a 2-bedroom dwelling with associated works. The dwelling would be for a rural worker and his family. There were no updates on the update sheet, and I've got no updates for you this afternoon. As set out in the agenda report, the application is before you owing to the unique policy considerations. So, site location, the site's located to the north of Crossgates, which is also known as Rackham Road, in the small village of Rackham near Amberley. The site's outside the settlement boundary. The site comprises a stable building and adjoined outbuilding with a small paddock to the east. The existing access is from Rackham Road here. To the west of the site is the closest neighbouring property, which is Rose Cottage. The aerial photograph shows linear development along Crossgates, and the surrounding fields. So taking you through some photographs, these all show the access. So photograph A is obviously looking directly at the access where we can see the building. B is looking east towards Rackham Street down here, and C is looking towards Rose Cottage and beyond. Some photographs of the site itself. So this is what you can see from the entrance, and that's the building. That's the stable furthest, and this is the outbuilding. This is looking west towards the building, and not the easiest photograph, but this shows the western elevation with the loose box doors there. These photographs show the wider site, so across the fields to the north in this photograph, the paddock to the east of the building here, and looking towards Rackham Road in that third photograph. So these photographs show where the extension to the building would be, and I'll come on to that a bit more shortly. This one shows the existing parking area and the outbuilding on the boundary of Rose Cottage, and this photograph's looking back towards the entrance to the site. So here we see the proposed site plan. The application proposes the change of use of this building to a residential dwelling for a forestry worker. The proposal includes the rebuilding of part of the outbuilding on existing footings, as well as works to prepare the building for a residential use. So this is where the existing footings are. Turning to the elevations, they are hand-drawn, so you need to use your imagination slightly. But here we can see the existing loose box openings would be replaced by modest fenestration. The element of the building, or this element of the building, would be clad in dark timber as it currently is. The outbuilding section would be extended on existing footings as shown by the arrows, and would be constructed in brick and flint as it is currently. The roof would include integrated PV panels. These are the side elevations, and I've shown the existing building just to help you visualize it. As I said, the materials would match the existing building. Here are some photos of the existing footings. Not the easiest to see as they're slightly overgrown, but you can see the edge of the building there and some foundations there. In terms of the floor plan, I've included the existing floor plan just to enable you to compare it. So the dwelling itself would have a master bedroom, a kitchen, dining and living room area, a bathroom and another bedroom. So turning to the main considerations, the proposed dwelling is for a forestry worker and his family. I've gone into this in some detail in the report, but policy SD32 of the local plan seeks to address an essential need for agricultural or forestry workers to live either permanently or temporarily at or close to their place of work. It's clear that the policy anticipates proposed dwellings to be associated with an established and extensive agricultural or forestry enterprise. The applicant is a self-employed forester and arborist, working both for private clients and for other companies in and around the national park. He's not associated with one particular enterprise. As such, it does not fit neatly with what policy SD32 anticipates. However, the MPPF refers to rural workers, and indeed the draft local plan policy is proposed to be amended to include rural workers rather than simply agriculture and forestry workers. Obviously that doesn't have weight at the moment, but it shows the direction of travel that we're proposing with that policy. So the applicant is a rural worker who carries out a range of activities which are considered to contribute positively to the special qualities of the national park. The occupation of the dwelling by an agricultural or forestry worker would therefore be secured via condition, and the principle of the development is considered acceptable, subject to the other matters. So in terms of landscape and design, the existing building is low profile and unobtrusive in the landscape. The proposed development would retain this character with appropriate materials. The applicant intends to enhance the site with native planting, trees and hedgerows, and officers are satisfied that this would conserve and enhance the site. In terms of amenity, the proposed dwelling would provide a good standard of amenity for the applicant and his family. It's considered that the proposal would not result in material harm to neighbouring occupiers. No roof lights are proposed, nor external lighting. In terms of trees, ecology and BNG, There are a number of mature trees on the site, and a condition is recommended to ensure those are protected during any construction works. With regard to ecology, the applicant will be required to get a bat mitigation licence, and a condition is recommended requiring that the development is carried out in accordance with the measures set out in the ecology report. Owing to the size of the site and the self-build nature of the proposals, the scheme is exempt from statutory B&G. However, the applicant has a number of aspirations with regard to enhancements, and as I've set out in the report, and these will be secured via condition. In terms of sustainability, a number of sustainability features will be incorporated, which I've set out in the report. These are considered to be a benefit of the proposal and would be secured via condition. In terms of drainage, the site's within flood zone 1 and would see the conversion of an existing building and a large area of hard standing. The proposed rainwater harvesting and surface water drainage details would be secured via condition. In summary, the application is considered to be in accordance with the development plan and is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Philippa. We have no public speakers for this application. So, members, it's over to you. John.
I think it's a very sympathetic design to a nice set of original buildings, actually, and therefore I think we should go with it. Thank you.
Brief and to the point. Stephen, can you be brief and to the point as well?
Frustratingly, I've also written down very sympathetic design, but I've added incorporating sustainable features.
Oh,
So,
well done.
so I win. I love this location. When you stand on the boundary of this property and you look west towards the Arun Valley, with the hillside opposite, I think it's a beautiful place to build a wonderful home. And I think if this committee approves this application, then I wish these applicants many happy years in that property, because it's a wonderful little place to live.
Absolutely. I think we all felt that when we went to have a look at it,
Agreed.
didn't we? Janet.
Chairman, I agree with the last two speakers.
Everyone wants to go home. Andrew.
If it were only so simple.
Now, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
I also agree that it is a very lovely place to live. And I would agree to this application subject to the omission of condition 5.
Oh, what does
And condition 5 is the agricultural forestry tag on it, because there is no way that this actually satisfies SD32, which says development proposals for agricultural and forestry workers' dwellings will be permitted where it has been demonstrated that the nature and demand of the work concerned make it essential for one or more people engaged in agricultural and forestry enterprises to live at or very close to the site of their work. And as has been told to us, and as points out in bullet 2 of the executive summary, it says that that the applicant is working on a self-employed basis within the national park and the surrounding area. In other words, an undefined area which could be within a 50-mile limit, let's say. His work is not directly associated with a single enterprise or estate as anticipated by SDNPA policy SD32. Therefore, it's almost, I'm arguing that we're actually in conflict with SD32 as a policy. I'm not saying it's not a nice place to live, and ironically, if somebody brought this forward, I know that without that policy requirement, I know the officers would throw their hands up and say there are lots and lots of policy reasons why we can't allow it, but I would love to allow it. But I'm in this strange position where it is actually contrary to SD32 as written down in our policy, and there was note to the fact that we are changing the policy, but the fact is we're giving planning permission for somebody and their successors in title to live in this house who could work in either forestry or agriculture over a very wide area of the countryside, which is contrary to SD32 and the reason it was set up in the first place.
Okay, let's have a word from Tim.
Thank you, and point absolutely taken, and that's, I suspect, why Philippa referenced emerging policy. and also the NPPF, and I think it was defined as the direction of travel. I notice Claire walking as I speak. And I'm saying this because actually it does have some material weight now, because you've adopted it through the National Park Authority full meeting and said this is subject to very minor changes, the submission document. So the difference between the position today and the position only 3 or 4 weeks ago, no, I'm being told, but it does have some degree of weight that it's been adopted through your, sorry, it's been gone through your National Park Authority, but I'll hand over to Claire.
Let's hear from Claire.
Yeah, before we go down a rabbit hole on this, the new, whether it does or doesn't hold weight, the new policy that effectively replaces SD32 doesn't do away with the requirement to have an essential need connected to the land that the site's on. Yeah, so that particular issue wouldn't be overcome by the new local plan.
Which is why I was going on to say that I think there's a solution to this, which is that we refer to rural workers, because you've already mentioned the fact that they're working in a variety of activities and they need to be to a degree flexible, but it's always to do with rural activities and it's not restricted to a particular zone or area. So, well, my suggestion would be that to change the condition to limited to a rural worker is a reasonable proposition, because it gives a degree of control, because you are right in your submission that if this was just an open dwelling, that could arguably be of concern, and if someone had just applied to convert it, I'm not sure we'd be having the same discussion. It's because they are associated with work in and around and on the land. So I do think it's reasonable to change that condition to rural worker rather than solely or limited to agricultural forestry. It gives it a wider scope, and that is the reference to the direction of travel that you see in the NPPF.
Okay. Alan.
I support what Tim saying.
Yes.
Recommended the basis on which we might reasonably grant this position, because I agree with the other remarks about it being an attractive scheme in all the circumstances on the site.
That would be helpful.
So basically, yeah, that would be helpful, yes. I can speak very loud now. But anyway, yes, basically, subject to what Tim Slaney just recommended, I support granting permission for
Changing it
this.
to rural worker. Do I have any more comments? Janet?
I was only going to add, Chairman, I haven't changed my mind, but it has to be accepted that, especially in the rural work, you're not restricted to a factory building, and the chances are that you might have to go and help someone out somewhere else. You know, it might not be permanent, but it's a fact of life that you can't always just be in your own little puddle.
Indeed. Anybody else? Are you officers looking a bit nervous? You're content with that? So we have a proposal that we change the wording of number 5, condition number 5, to read rural worker instead of arborist. Was it arborist? Forestry work, and that would also change the recommendation to include that.
Yes, Chairman, I think your officer recommendation now is that permission's granted, but subject to the amendment to
Yes.
condition 5.
Yes.
To refer only to rural worker.
Yes.
Or a widower of such person, and to any resident dependents. So
Fine.
everything else had come out.
Right.
The detailed wording could be set.
Yes. Well, yes, we've got the details sorted in front of us now. So, without further comments from anyone, do we have a proposer and a seconder? Thank you, Janet and Alan. Thank you. And may we have a show of hands to support that, please? Thank you very much. That is carried. Congratulations. Lovely. Right. Right, so the final item on the agenda this afternoon is the community planning update. And we've got Kevin. Kevin Wright is going to talk to us about this one. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so the last item, item 11, community planning update. And as a reminder, community planning, neighbourhood plans, village design statements and parish priority statements. And so this is really the opportunity for the officers to say what work's been done, sort of some highlights of what's been happening over the last few months. It's normally every 6 months. In fact, the last one was November, so technically it's 5 months. But so yes, I'm going to concentrate mostly on neighbourhood plans for this because that's really where the progress has been made. So first up, first slide, probably familiar, is the map showing our neighbourhood plans and village design statements at different stages. And the reason for showing you this is to note, I don't know how well you can see it, but over the eastern side of the park, we've got, since the last update, we've got 2 more made plans, which is West Saltine. So that's Brighton and Hove and ourselves, of course. And then the other one is wholly within the national park, and that's East Dean and Friston, which you may remember was made at the last committee in March. So those are the 2 that have been made since November. So that takes us up to 48 made neighbourhood plans now. And thinking about those, so the other plans that are progressing at the moment since last time, it's quite possible that this year we will see 2 more made, so we may get up to 50 neighbourhood plans. So Peacehaven and Telscombe is at referendum now, as is West Chiltington. Peacehaven and Telscombe, that one has a date, as you can see, which is the 7th of May. West Chiltington, we're just waiting to find out when it will be. It's probably going to be in June, I believe, but that's to be confirmed. 2 other plans there, Boxgrove and Plaistow and Ifold. Those are both within the Chichester part of the park and gradually moving forward. The Plaistow and Ifold plan, that's one that was started and then has restarted, and we're at regulation 14. And you can see officers made comments. Just to note that there was the area within the national park in that plan. There's no development proposed, nothing allocated for that area. It's outside of the park in the Chichester part of Plaistow and Ifold. So that's a bit of an update for those. The other thing I was going to mention as well, you can see there Coldine. So that's where Brighton and Hove are leading on that one. That, as it says, is an examination. And that also gives an opportunity to highlight some changes that have taken place. That was the second thing I'm going to mention. In terms of the law around neighbourhood plans and the process, these are things that are in the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act, and it's the changes that now they've been commenced. So, in that respect, we had a letter from the examiner of the Coldine neighbourhood plan to highlight those changes, and which I'm now going to go on to what those are and how that affects. And also, that's the thing I was going to say as well, is that there was no transition period. That was just how it's been done. So in this case, it's in the middle of the examination, so straight away the changes apply. There's a lot of words there, and I'm not sure I've tried to summarise his letter in Appendix 3. I think I could have probably done it better. But anyhow, just to say, so in terms of, there's 2 sort of aspects to it. One around legal compliance in general for a neighbourhood plan, and the changes relate to climate change and then also local nature recovery strategies. And for the first one, the plan just needs to show where it's appropriate mitigation and adaptation for climate change. And then the second one, local nature recovery strategies. If there's one that applies either to part or all of the neighbourhood area, then that the plan needs to have shown it's taken it into account. But those are things for the onus is there, is on the maker of the plan, the qualifying body. So that's the parish or town council or sometimes the neighbourhood forum, to consider that as appropriate. And that's something that, as officers, we may want to comment on in future when we get to the appropriate stages for us to have our say. The other thing to say as well is about the basic conditions themselves, that they have to meet at examination. So one that has been there from the start, which is now gone, is the general conformity with the strategic policies of the development plan. So in other words, the strategic policies in in our case, the South Downs local plan. So that requirement has gone. That's no longer there. And there's a new condition, which I think could be summarised much better as there can be no less housing than if there wasn't a neighbourhood plan. So that's, to my understanding, that's really where the government emphasising again the need to plan positively, but also that a neighbourhood plan is, you're not going to see a neighbourhood plan reducing the housing provision requirement for an area. So yeah, so they've put that in as well. Just very briefly, what that means for us, at least one implication from an officer point of view in terms of making our comments, we've often used the general conformity as a hook in terms of how we respond to what they've said in the plan. So I think something that we've discussed before is that going forward, and it's something that we could already do, you're aware, of course, of the seek to further the purposes, so that's something I think we'll probably be using a lot more in future in terms of how we respond to what they're saying in their policies. That was, I think, everything I was going to say for now. So that brings us to the recommendation, and then if there's any questions, Chair.
Members. John.
I'm sorry, I should have declared an interest because my parish is in this list. So if you could just make a note of that, thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Andrew.
Just, Chair, to say that with regard to Para 2.6, there are the 8 parishes that are listed there. They do appear to be somnolent in the sense that not much is happening, if anything. And therefore, my question is, are we seeing now a slowdown in the number of neighbourhood development plans coming forward? And if so, is that a trend?
Kevin?
I think in that list, there's one, Wickham and Knoll, that is a more recent designation, but some of those, for want of a better phrase, have been hanging around for a while. So that doesn't mean that nothing will happen, because sometimes on some of the neighbourhood plans, things have happened, like perhaps Easton and Friston, the one that was made in March. There was quite a delay in that one to start with, for whatever reason. Perhaps within, I don't know what, but at some point the community sort of galvanised and then things did move on. So it's a long way of saying perhaps it's not always clear. Mm-hmm. Is it a long-term trend? I suppose we haven't had many designations recently. I said about Wickham and Knoll, so there haven't been anything. There's been nothing since the last update. Okay. So perhaps it is. Yes.
Antonia.
Just very quickly on paragraph 3.6, the fact that the parish and village design statements will have less weight in decision making when the new local plan comes in. What can we say to the people that have gone to all the trouble of creating these design statements about what we can now do or not do with their work?
Are they aware of that?
Okay, Claire might need to come in if I get this wrong, but my understanding is that for those that already exist, I'm going to say it's better news in so much as their status won't change all the time. So they're linked to our local plan, I believe at SD5 design. So all the time that policy is still in place, all well and good. But then obviously a time we hope is coming where it will be superseded. That's when it will change for them. So in the short term, it won't necessarily change, but longer term it will, yes. I don't know if Claire wants to add anything to that.
Just to come back on whether they know, so this did come up at the last parish workshop, and we had literally just had the legislation confirming that SPDs were going, so I was able to update those parishes that were there at that point. It is an interesting one because, yes, they will technically lose weight as we supersede the local plan, but a lot of what's in these village design statements and parish design statements is just a description of the character of that particular place, and that's not going to change. So that information will remain material to planning applications. because it's still factually accurate.
Okay.
If we want to make a reference to the character of the area, we could use go on using the village design statement as evidence of what the character is that an application might affect. Yep.
Thank you. John?
There's probably no easy answer to this. Is it possible to convert a village design statement to a neighbourhood plan easily or not?
Yes, it's possible. I wouldn't say it's easy, because obviously a neighbourhood plan process is a lot more onerous than a SPD process. But yes, I mean, those parishes that really feel strongly that they want their design policies to carry weight going forward, that is their option, is to either have a new local neighbourhood plan or partially update their existing one to include those within it.
Thank you. Vanessa?
Yeah, I was just going to make a suggestion that maybe we could put something in the planning newsletter about this, just to clarify for people, because it's, yeah, we wouldn't have hit everybody in that last workshop. But also Andrew's been saying this under his breath, but there is still quite a good point about neighbourhood plans in the terms of SIL payments, and I think that might be quite useful just to make that clear, because that's not to be sniffed at if you think you're going to be accepting development near you. So,
Indeed.
right.
And nothing else attracts the SIL. Anything else? Anything else? No? Apart from that, thank you very much, Kevin. Excellent work, excellent information. And we need to see the recommendation, which is to note the progress to date on the preparation of the neighbourhood development plan. Proposer and a seconder. Do we? Yeah. We don't need a proposer and a second. Just we need a show of hands, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. And that concludes the meeting, ladies and gentlemen. Dead on time. Look at that. 3 o'clock. Oh, and before you go, we're just going to.